Triumphant Banners, Elias Gardner, by Kay Lundell. Triumphant Banners is an epic work of family history, an 885-page work by Kay Lundell, published in 1987, with small corrections published in later years. This excerpt is the portion about Elias Gardner, which comprises about 101 pages of the 885-page original work. This book, extremely well documented with citations, has been slightly adjusted to make it easier to listen to. Chapter 1. New Beginnings. Elias Gardner was born April 2, 1807, in Vernon, Oneida, New York. Vernon is situated in the middle of New York State in the picturesque central Leatherstocking area. This is an area where lakes and trees seem to never end. In 1807, forests covered the land. New York's highways, Route 5 and 20, are from the original trails. The settlers chose to settle on the ridge of the watershed, clearing land, building homes, and planting crops. Mosquitoes were prevalent and a constant source of irritation. To Elias Gardner's parents, woods and hills and sparkling waters were not new. His parents, William and Nancy Grace Gardner, had moved to Vernon from Tyringham, Massachusetts, believed around 1802. Tyringham has been described thus. Tyringham is bounded on the north by fountains that never fail, great clouds of laurel, hills of rock, and the Great Bear Mountain. On the south by Willow Glen, Tyringham River, the ghosts of Sister and her fellow Shakers, the ponderous shadows of Fernside Forest, and the high horizon line of Shaker Hills. On the east by the Purple Dawn, and on the west by 100 summer sunsets. It is the Valley of the Stars. Elias' parents' first child was born December 1, 1801, in Tyringham, which they named William Jr. Another son, Ira, was born May 6, 1803, and a daughter, Harriet, was born December 31, 1804. Where Ira and Harriet were born is not certain, but believed to be in Vernon. Other members of William and Nancy's families had previously come into this area, which may have prompted their move. Moving west seemed to be an inner urge in the heart of many of that day as they searched for better lands and a better life. It was a constant struggle to get ahead. Elias had one other brother, George, born about 1809, thought to be in Vernon. This was Elias' family, his parents with 5 children, 1 girl and 4 boys. It would be hoped that it was a happy family, but indications are that it was not. When Elias was around 3 years of age, his father left the home, leaving Nancy with this young family to carry on. The children ranged in ages from 1 to 10. What emotions stirred in this young boy as he watched, and even more felt the inner turmoil of his mother as she struggled to care for these children. Not only was there the responsibility, but the loneliness, the wondering where he was and when or if he would. Only vague stories, traditions, and remembrances now trickled down to us of those early years. At some point, Nancy is supposed to have married a Squire Harmon or Holmes, and the traditional story goes that William, a blacksmith by trade, returned after his disappearance of 7 long years. He, William, went to the man in charge of the blacksmith shop he once owned and asked who owned it. The man told William that he did. William then asked who lived in the house and was told his wife and family, that his wife was once Nancy Gardner. William then explained to the man that she was also his wife. The man was a very kind gentleman and told William that if he would go and make things right with Nancy, that he would step aside and never put a straw in his way to be happy with the lady. William, I am sure, loved Nancy so very much, but felt he wasn't entitled to her great love and felt she might be happy with the man she was now married to. So he stepped to the window and saw who once was his great Nancy working around, and felt that just a glance of the woman he still loved would have to be enough. Then William told the man he had a present for her, and to give it to her, and tell her a very dear friend left it for her, but not to tell her who left it, or it would kill her. Nancy surmised immediately that it was he, William, who had returned, and had given her the shawl which she prized beyond anything on earth. Nancy was sent to an early grave by the news of her husband, the husband of her heart. He was still living, and she was not permitted to see him. She died of a broken. The family was cared for by others. Elias and William Jr. were taken into the home of their grandparents in Tyringham, Massachusetts. Ira was brought up by an uncle in Black Rock, Oneida Company, New York. He learned the shoemaker's trade. The records are sketchy in New York for this time period, and no actual facts or documents have yet been found to substantiate this story or to enlarge upon it. Someday, as research continues, these few traditions may lead us to know more about Nancy, her life, and her death. This much is known, that Nancy was loved and remembered most dearly by her son. Elias came to Tyringham sometime after he was 3 years of age. He was only there a short time, 6 years at the most, when his grandfather, James Gardner, died November 11th, 1816. Elias was 9 years of age at this time. He undoubtedly was heartbroken, for his grandfather Gardner was in most respects the only father he had known. On December 3rd, 1816, the will and probate were begun. On February 3rd, 1818, the first settlement of the estate was held in Tyringham. James Gardner's estate was worth $1,174.90. His debts were $1,167.89, which left $7.01. It is thereupon ordered and decreed by the said judge that the said balance be divided and paid in equal shares to Lodowick Gardner, Varnum Gardner, Hannah, the wife of Levi Church, John Gardner, William or his heirs, if he is deceased, Henry Gardner, and Isaac Gardner, children of said intestate, and the heirs of Betsy, deceased late wife of Luther Ingersoll, collectively, which will be to each of the said children and the heirs of the said Betsy, to be equally divided between them 77 cents and 5 mills. And to Sophia, Angelina, and James, children of James Gardner, deceased late son of said testator, to wit to each of them 25 cents and 9 mills. It will be noted that as of this date of 1818, it was still not known whether Elias' father, William, was alive or not. The Gardner home almost bordered the line between Lee and Tyringham, Massachusetts. Here in this community of paper mills, farms, businesses, and factories, Elias grew. Woods, forests, hunting, and fishing were abundant. Yet this area was highly cultural. These people were very much interested in education and culture, and as early as 1791, they had a library formed of 67 volumes, and another library in 1802 had 104. A singing school is also spoken of as early as 1785. Concerts, socials, and anniversary celebrations were a part of their daily lives. Guest signs sat in front of the homes indicating a place where travelers and boarders would be welcomed, as it is today. The village of Lee, with its beautiful white church, and Tyringham, with its small farms and community, have an interesting history. Taverns, hops, and breweries were also a part of this heritage, and as the tradition has been handed down that William was a drinker, it's easy to see that his hometown gave ample opportunity. In the Tyringham Library is Book V, kept by Daniel Garfield in 1821, when he owned the store in Hopbrook Village. He, too, sold a quantity of cider, brandy, gin, new rum, high wine, spirits, and occasionally a sling. These, along with camphor gum, paregoric, and sulfur, were about all they had to use of medicinal purposes, except a few native herbs. However, it is suspected that much of the first mentioned was used for another purpose. In the south end of town was a cider mill and distillery, and they did a rushing business in brandy and cider. Elias went to school in a schoolhouse looking like the one shown on the map of Tyringham, most likely the very one. He grew up remembering the first post office that came in 1820. Mail to Tyringham was addressed to Hopbrook Post Office, North Tyringham, Berkshire, Massachusetts. No stamps on the envelope, but in the upper right corner, written in ink, was the cost of mailing 12.5 cents, 18 cents or more. Many letters were folded over and sealed with sealing wax, no envelope at all. Sometimes in the lower corner would be written, "To be left at Tyringham South Post Office." Elias continued to live with his father's family and learned the trade of shoemaker, most likely from one of his uncles. At the age of 14 years, Elias was working as an apprentice, and by the age of 18, he was established in a shoemaker business. At the age of 18, Elias fell in love with Harriet Snow Smith, the daughter of James and Deborah Smith, not Joseph Smith's sister, residing at Lee, Berkshire, Massachusetts. They were married January 1st, 1826. Harriet Snow Smith was born October 5, 1808, and was 17 at the time. How did they meet? What was she like? Interesting questions still to be answered someday. The traditions indicate, though, that she was a young lady of style and beauty. Elias had studied in the school of dancing and had a great love for music. He was a dancing master and led the brass band for years in New York, says the tradition, though the records indicate that he remained in Massachusetts. He played the drums with unusual skill and fervor. The townspeople could always distinguish when Elias was playing the drums and were always pleased to hear someone say, "Gardner has the drums tonight." Elias and Harriet were very happy and loved to dance together, and often gave instructions to others. May 14, 1828, Elias and Harriet S. Gardner received $20 from a sale of some property that was sold to the nearby Shakers. This was their share from the property belonging to the estate of Elias' grandfather, James Gardner. Elias' brother, Ira, who was living in Camden, New York at the time, and Harriet, who was living in Cayuga, New York, received the same share. George died sometime before the will was settled. Harriet and Elias had their first son, Walter Elias Gardner, on July 5, 1828, in Lee, Berkshire, Massachusetts. Their life seemed to be moving along with great happiness. Elias' grandmother Alice, Else, Gardner died, 16 or February 19, 1829. What love and care she had given to Elias for many years. She was almost 83 years of age. On the September 25, 1829, a little girl blessed Elias and Harriet's home, and they gave her the name of Harriet Elizabeth Gardner. She was also born in Lee, Massachusetts. When this little girl was just 6 months old and Walter was 2 years, their mother, Harriet, died suddenly, March 2, 1830. The record does not show the cause of death. Elias was 23 with 2 small children to raise alone. With great sorrow, he placed the following marker at the South Lee Cemetery. In memory of Harriet Gardner, wife of Elias Gardner, who died March 2, 1830, in her 22 year. Sleep, till death doth silence all, nor wake again, till Jesus calls. Then from the grave, in haste arise, and soar to worlds above the skies. The South Lee Cemetery is located in back of a home in South Lee. It is not very big. Many years ago, this marker was recorded in a book. The marker has since deteriorated and is gone. Just what Elias did at this time is unknown. He is not listed in the Massachusetts 1830 census. He may have moved in with some member of the family that could assist him with his children, especially the infant baby girl. It can be imagined the tremendous sorrow that must have enveloped him as he lost his wife, so young and with no warning. What great loneliness and emptiness was his as he placed his little girl in the friendly arms of another to be cared for. A land deed was formed in July 1830. Amy, Amelia Pritchard, the daughter of Benjamin and Anna Vaughan Pritchard, was born in Massachusetts, August 14, 1799 or 1800, in Tyringham or Great Barrington, which is close by. The story is told that Amy and Elias met at a dance. She was graceful and lovely, and they danced with perfect rhythm and beauty. Friends would clear the floor to watch the couple dance. Amy at age 32 and Elias at age 25 were married in Lee, February 13, 1832. Elias had been blessed with Amy, and they were happy together. They enjoyed many of the same things and had many pleasant times socializing with others. After his marriage, Elias left his daughter Harriet with someone, perhaps the one who had been caring for her since her mother died. The most likely couple was Elias' Uncle Henry and Abigail his wife. Though this is only speculation, it was by these people that Harriet Elizabeth was later buried. Walter, though, went with his father and Amy. Conflicting information makes it difficult to know for sure what Elias and Amy did at this point. Though some family records indicate that they stayed in Massachusetts, the temple record at the children's ceilings indicate they moved to Nelson, Portage, Ohio. This is where Elias' brothers and cousin had located, as well as Amy's family. This couple's first child, Mary Amelia, was born April 9, 1833, but their happiness was taken away as their little baby girl of 6 months passed away, October 12, 1833. About a year later, September 9, 1834, another daughter was born, which the family record states was again named Mary Amelia, a common practice at the time to name a child after a previous deceased one. Walter was 6 years of age. In May 15, 1837, a girl, Nancy Maria, was born, making them a family of 5. Walter was 9, and Mary was 3. Ira, Elias' brother, had moved to Ravenna, Portage, Ohio, in 1830. He was married to Martha Norton, who died in 1838. Ira, as Elias had been, was left with a young family. In Portage, at Nelson and at Hiram, was a branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Just when Elias first heard of the church is not certain, for missionaries were also preaching in Lee, Massachusetts as well. Elias, and it is assumed, Amy also, were baptized March 21, 1840 by Thomas Dutcher. Thomas Dutcher was the president of the branch in Portage. Some records give Elias' baptism on other dates, but with careful analysis, and with this letter from Amy's sister-in-law, Polly Pritchard, widow of John Pritchard, to her sister dated June 18, 1840. The 1840 date is more surely verified. Polly wrote telling some of the problems and persecutions of the saints who had remained in Ohio. She told that Father Dutcher, Brother Gardner, and wife, and Polly herself had made a trip to Kirtland to attend church there. She said, "Brother Gardner says Edwin's prophecy has come to pass, and when he gets ready to go to preach to the Indians, he will go with him." The letter was mailed 19. Ruth Markham Abbott and Betsy Markham were baptized in June of 1840, also by Thomas Dutcher. The Abbotts, Markhams, Whitings, and Gardners were all neighbors and acquaintances in Portage, it appears, and members of the same branch. Hiram and Portage is well known for the persecution of the Mormons. That is where the prophet was tarred and feathered back in 1832. It was the stage of many dramatic episodes in the history of the church. Joseph Smith lived on Pioneer Road in Hiram, not far from the Gardners and the Pritchards. The Nelson, Portage, Ohio, census for 1840 lists the Elias Gardner household. Not too long after the census was taken, Amy gave birth to a son, their first. Walter, being 12 years of age, had for the first time a little brother, and not only that, the baby boy was born on Walter's bill day, July 5, 1840. He was given the name of Henry Erastus Stanley Gardner. Why these names? Henry could have been after Elias' uncle, Henry Gardner of Tyringham, and there were Stanleys who were neighbors in Tyringham. Some have wondered if Erastus could have been after Erastus Snow, which may be possible, but there was also an Erastus Hatch working on the Pritchard farm. Thoughts to speculate and ponder. It is assumed that after the death of this child that Amy and Elias moved to Illinois, though it is possible that Parmelia could have even died en route or in Illinois. The only record available on the birth and deaths of these children is the temple sealing record, which would have come from those brief family records being kept or memory. Evidence indicates that Elias and Amy joined the saints at the Morley settlement in the Lima branch sometime before April 1844. In April or May of 1844, Polly writes to her sister, Elizabeth P. Whiting, wherein she mentions the following: "My love to you and Edwin, to your children, Gardner's folks, and all inquiring friends. My children send their love to their uncles and aunts and all of their cousins. It is late, and I must close, so goodbye. Polly Tillotson Pritchard." In Lima, Father Morley had opened a cooper business, and the town had been named Yellrome after him. He had found a market for his barrels in Quincy, Illinois, 22 miles away, and enjoyed a fair degree of material prosperity from his labors. Father Morley employed 12 men in his cooper business, among whom was Elias Gardner. Frederick Walter Cox established a chair shop at Morley's settlement, which also proved successful. The money received from the chairs sold in Quincy was used to purchase seeds, cloth, and many other material supplies for the settlement. The women sewed clothing by hand, as sewing machines were not available. The clothing was not fancy, but the greater concern was that it be warm. The brethren were all clean-shaven. They wore blouses, which were similar to our present-day shirts, but the sleeves were much fuller. The color of the material purchased for men's blouses was often red. Dresses for the sisters were made from calico material, which was fashioned by their own hands. Stoves were not employed for cooking. Food at Morley's settlement. Instead, the old-fashioned crane was used, where the kettle filled with food was swung over the open fire. Corn flour was used more often than wheat flour for making bread. Just when Elias met the prophet Joseph Smith, or where, is not certain. It has been said, though, that he was acquainted with him and had wrestled with him on occasion. This is quite possible in both Portage and in the Morley settlement, as the prophet was known to stop at these places when he traveled. The year of 1844 was an eventful one. It was an election year in the United States. The question of slavery was a political issue, as was the annexation of Texas. Henry Clay was nominated by the Whig Party. James K. Polk was the Democratic nominee. James Birney was also running as an independent, asking for the abolition of slavery. Joseph Smith also announced his candidacy. He proposed the sale of public lands and the funds obtained thereby be used to purchase the slaves and return them to a new home in Africa. On the 21st of April, 1844, Apostles Brigham Young and Wilford Woodruff arrived in Lima Stake. On Sunday, a conference was held in which both apostles spoke and missionaries were called to preach the gospel and speak for the election of Joseph Smith as president. These missionaries were to help in establishing peace and to calm the feelings of those in the surrounding areas from the many false accusations that had been brought out in the news media. The saints in Morley Settlement, Lima, and other outlying communities had serious problems. While the missionaries were away, on June 15th, several men called on Isaac Morley and made a demand of 3 choices. That he use his influence with the saints in Lima Stake to take up arms and march with the mob against Nauvoo. 2. That the Mormons leave the area of Lima and go to Nauvoo. Or 3. That the Mormons in Lima Stake give up their arms and remain neutral. A letter was sent to Nauvoo and advice was received, but before much could be done, the news of the martyrdom of Prophet Joseph Smith and Hiram was brought to them in Morley. Yes, we heard of the martyrdom and did not believe it. Wherein Snow says, I am going to know about this. So he saddled his horse and rode to Nauvoo. He came back at midnight, rode up to the gate, and called to Father Morley, who went to the door. Brother Snow said, It is too true, for I have both seen and handled the corpse. What a time it was! Dark and gloomy the wind blew, the thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the very heavens poured forth their tears. Ivetter of Cordelia Morley. Elias evidently moved into Nauvoo sometime before September 5, 1844. For in his petition to become a member of the Masonic Lodge in Nauvoo, he was a cooper, 37 years of age, and was living in Nauvoo. This same month, Walter, 16 years of age, was baptized by Isaac Morley and was ordained to the office of the 70 by John Young, September 10, 1844. Elias was accepted into the Masonic Lodge, October 3, 1844. The temple work in Nauvoo was moving ahead with even more vigor after the death of the prophet. President Brigham Young laid the capstone. May 24, 1845, he said, The last stone is laid upon the temple, and I pray the Almighty in the name of Jesus to defend us in this place and sustain us until the temple is finished and we have all got our endowments. Persecution grew and intensified. The saints felt the darkness of hate that surrounded their city. They knew the beautiful temple would soon be abandoned, but they labored on to complete the edifice. In September 1845, the mob had burned homes in Lima and threatened to burn more. Some of the saints began leaving Lima the next day, those who had the means. The following notice was issued in Nauvoo on September 12, 1845. To the brethren in and about Nauvoo, greeting. The Council of the Church requests every man who has a team to go immediately to the Morley settlement and act in concert with President Solomon Hancock in removing the sick, the women, and children, goods and grain to Nauvoo. Signed, Brigham Young, President. 134 teams responded and brought the homeless back to Nauvoo. These were Elias' friends and neighbors. Elias was well acquainted by now with the hardships of the persecutions heaped upon the saints by the mobs. The love and brotherhood of the saints and their testimony of the gospel, so rich in abundance, made it all bearable. Elias lived in the home of Lucius Scoville, a baker, in Nauvoo. The home of Brother Scoville was not very big, but the Gardner family of 7 was welcomed in. The story is told of a meeting that was being held by the enemies. They were gathered at their favorite meeting place to make plans against the saints. Elias, hearing of these plans, staggered in as though drunk and slumped in a corner as if he passed out. No one noticed him, and so he was able to hear the plans and carried the information to President Brigham Young in the night. It resulted in the saving of many lives. Elias may have been on the police force in Nauvoo at this time. He was living with Lucius Scoville, who was a member of the police guard, and the guard was doubled, December 29, 1845, because of a legalized mob sent by the governor. He may have even been on this guard before. During December 1845 and the early months of 1846, many saints received their endowments in the temple for which purpose the building had been consecrated. Elias Gardner and Betsy Markham received their endowments January 8, 1846. Amy received hers January 23, 1846. Since Amy did not attend with them, it would indicate that illness or some other difficulty had kept her at home. These endowments and the other work done in the temple helped to give the saints the eternal perspective they needed to carry them through the move west and the subsequent persecution they encountered. The faith and the testimony they gained in building the temple and the work accomplished within helped them to endure the overwhelming trials. The temple was occupied both day and night into February of 1846, when the exodus began across the Mississippi River. Elias, age 39, and Amy, age 46, was ready to make the move across the river. Again, they were packing up and moving west, but not like the other times. This time they knew not where they were headed. The diary of Lucius Scoville gives events surrounding this move. At this time, I was making my arrangements to go with my family into the wilderness. However, I was determined to do what I was required and do my duty like a man of God. On the 8th day of May 1846, I commenced sending my teams across Th River. CE. I sent my ox team and 5 cows over by Brother Arthur Meeks, who had previously agreed to go with me to the west, as he had lived with me for some months. Also Elias Gardner with his team and company. With him, as he and family lived in my house, as the same family consisting of 7 persons. One remained in Nauvoo with the rest of the family to settle up some business and make further arrangements. On the 14th of May, I crossed the river with the rest of the family and went back from the river about 4 miles on to High Bluff, where my teams had encamped, and the day before I crossed the river, we met with an accident by getting a chain hook in one of our heaviest oxen's foot, which enabled him to travel. We could look around us and observe the camp of Israel in most all directions. We were encamped in plain view of the city of Joseph, where the blood of martyred prophet and patriarch was crying from the ground that their blood might be avenged, and this brought many things to mind when I reflected out the scenes which had transpired in this first city of Joseph. I regulated the affairs of my family as well as I could. I called my family together, which consisted of my wife and children, 1 girl, Sarah Plum, who accompanied my wife to assist in taking care of the family. Also Arthur Meeks and Samuel Reed lives in my family, and Brother Elias Gardner with his family, 7 in number. We then spent several days in doctoring this ox, which was lame the next day after we got over the river. We had a severe rain which made it very uncomfortable, and thus several days passed away, and we were where we could see many of the saints passing, and they was many hundred encamped at the same place where we were, and they were making some preparations for going west. For amusement, I wrote the following lines: May 16th, 1846, on the hill near Amberseas. There my family do dwell, subject to much exposure from dew and rain so still. And when I cast my eyes to the far-famed city, I wonder and am surprised and say, alas, what a pity that the saints of the last days, while their journey they pursue, but the prophets they have said that the church would have to go. This is a decree which we all know. I crossed over to Nauvoo several times before I got ready to start on to the east. At length, I found that there was no probability of my ox being able to travel. I then sought an opportunity of trading the yoke away, and finally in retrading, and got a good yoke in exchange. I started from this place the 20th of May with my family to get them properly regulated before I left. Lucius Scoville had been called on a mission. We traveled that day about 6 miles and encamped on the Des Moines River for the night in the timber, and could not get anything for our teams except what grains WC had with us. In the morning we could not get across that day, and I made out to get a little hay for our cattle and tied them up to trees. There was about 40 teams there waiting to get over, and it rained that PM, which made it very uncomfortable, and we made out to get over the next day about 11 o'clock and drove 5 miles and put up on the prairie. May 30th, 1846. 40 miles from Nauvoo. Lucius Scoville left for his mission at this point, and the rest journeyed on to winter quarters. It is not certain when Elias and company arrived in winter quarters. Chapter 2. Life at winter quarters. At winter quarters a grist mill was built, also a meeting house, and some cabins as had been done in other locations along the way. During the fall they suffered greatly. Scurvy broke out among them, and continued until potatoes were obtained from Missouri, and horseradish was discovered in an abandoned fort near camp. On Sunday, November 15th, 1846, the High Council met with the 12. They were concerned about not having a guard kept. President Young was in favor of a regular police guard being formed again as they had had in Nauvoo. A committee of Brigham Young, Heber Kimball, and Hosea Stout was formed to choose the names to be enlisted into this police guard. On 19th of November, Thursday, the men selected were organized into a regular standing police guard. 16 of the 25 chosen were in attendance at that meeting. Of the 9 who did not attend the meeting but chosen to be one of this guard was Elias Gardner. Hosea Stout was chosen to be the captain. The following comes from Hosea Stout, who served as the chief of police at winter quarters. November 22nd to 24th was very cold, and a hard howling north wind blcw through all the cracks, of which there were many. Amy was very ill, and her condition became critical. She died of chills and fever. The record reads, Amy Gardner, 47 years, 3 months, 10 days, wife of Elias Gardner, died November 24th, 1846, chills and fever, B. Tyringham, Berkshire, Massachusetts, August 14th, 1799. She was buried along with others in a lonely grave, becoming a part of the many who died that first year as they left Nauvoo. Amy had given all she had for the gospel. Feeling the same emptiness that had been with him 14 years before, Elias bowed in sorrows. He and Amy had been married 12 years and had gone through many difficulties together. As his mourning swept over him, he gathered his children around him. Walter was a young man of 18, and Amy's children were 12, 9, and 6. Impressionable ages and difficult times to lose a mother. In Brother Scoville's diary, he mentions that there were 7 in the Elias Gardner family. Just who the 7th person was is not certain, as Harriet had stayed in Massachusetts and 2 of Amy and Elias' children had died supposedly in Ohio. It is most likely that Betsy Markham was and had been living with them for some time. Betsy was in the same branch as the Gardners in Ohio, and she had never married. Betsy had also received her endowments with Elias on the same day. She was born October 18th, 1814, the daughter of James and Lois Leach Markham. She was about 33 years of age. Propriety and necessity at that point brought about the marriage of Elias and Betsy, December 9th, 1846. It may even be possible that the marriage between Betsy and Elias was discussed sometime prior to Amy's death, with Amy herself sanctioning it. Betsy was also caring for her niece, Ellen Abbott, the daughter of her sister Ruth and Joshua Abbott. Ellen's parents had joined the Mormon battalion and had trusted Ellen to Betsy's care until they met again. So it was that Ellen Abbott also joined the Gardner household. Events had changed this family considerably, and life went on. As well may be expected under the trying circumstances that surrounded these saints in winter quarters, many began to murmur. Many also left. On December 15th, President Kimball said, "Unless there was a reformation among us, he was afraid that God would send a plague among us." The 12 were well aware of the murmurings of some and disposition of some to spread the spirit of insubordination among the people. President Young said he only wanted to do the thing that God required at this moment, even tonight, is what he is ready to do, and trust in God for the event. December 17th, 1846. Snow fell about an inch deep. Sunday deck 20. President Young preached on the subject of insubordination of some of the people and their stubbornness, their murmurings and complaining, refusing to pay tax and tithing and comply with the requirements of the council, also their stealing and all such matters. He told all such what they depend upon when we got far enough to keep them from running back to the Gentiles, and also what the law would be in such cases, and also said that he was not going to have any more of their grumbling at home, and all those who did not intend to abide counsel had best flee to the Gentiles. Again, for all who were among us should both help support the poor and pay their tax whether they belong to the church or not, or leave the camp. The subject of the police was laid before the council by President Young in relation to so many of them either being absent or unwilling or unable to do duty, for I, Hosea Stout, could not now make out a guard without some standing every night. It was suggested more men be called. This was done, and also a police tax was levied to be 0.75% per dollar. There were some who had great objections to having the police. Hosea records that by January 2nd, most all the saints were out of their tents and into their houses. His house was 12 feet by 12 feet. The city was divided into 22 wards with a bishop over each ward. The police tax was accepted fairly well by most, but a few fled and were causing some excitement against the brethren in Missouri. For the most part, the saints at winter quarters gave a market for the Missourians to sell their produce, and so except for the problem caused by dissenters, the Missourians were very friendly. The 70s quorum established a factory to manufacture willow baskets, which gave employment to some of the brethren. There is peace in this place, and the saints seem willing to abide counsel notwithstanding some dissent, and escape, and find fault with every move that is made, for even now the transgressor in Zion begins to tremble. January 5, 1847. A cold snow with wind hard blowing from the north, howling through the city and spreading a lonely gloom on all nature, which I seldom feel. This is the first snow that really deserves the name which has fell this year. January 6, 1847. This was the coldest day that we have had this year, and seems to scorch everything which comes in contact with the cold north wind. We were very uncomfortable all day in despite of our best fires. January 7, 1847. Towards day the howling north wind, which had not yet ceased to blow, began to howl with renewed strength and filled our little shanty full of its cold and piercing breath. The weather increased in coldness, and when morning light came I found one of those intolerable cold clear days that bids the most industrious to cease his labors and keep within. There was no stirring, only by those who were either out of wood or hay or compelled by some means to meet the chilling blast. Hosea does not discuss the suffering for food that was so much a problem at this time. The death count at winter quarters during the next few months was more than 600. The 14th of January, 1847, the word and will of the Lord was given through President Brigham Young at winter quarters to the saints for their guidance on the Jimmy West. DNC 136. Each company was to bear an equal proportion of the responsibility in the care of the widows, the fatherless, and the families of those who had gone into the army. The Lord commanded that a company be organized to depart early in the spring. February 14, 1847. This morning the High Council met at the Council House. Earlier the subject of the police was taken up by myself, and a long debate ensued which resulted in good for us, for it was understood by the council for us to do our duty, and they sustain us in it, and stop the noise of the boys in the streets if we had to use the lash. It was the first time that the council had investigated our case. February 15, 1847, Monday. We met and had an old-fashioned police meeting, and of course felt well. February 19, 1847. Last night a hard, crusty, sleety snow fell about 1 inch thick. March 25, 1847. Last night 2 of B.R.G. A. Smith's horses were stolen by the Indians. Cold north wind all day. March 26, 1847. Clear, fine, warm day. South wind. At 11 o'clock today there was a public meeting called at the stand for the purpose of transacting business before the 12 and pioneers go away, and to lay the acts and resolves of the different councils from time to time before the people for their approval or disapproval, that there might not be any grumbling after the 12 were gone at what was done. Making a stockade by houses and the subject of killing the Indians were taken up. At 12:30 meeting adjourned for 1 hour, after which the congregation came together again. The afternoon was mostly spent in teaching by Brigham and Heber. Brigham spoke particular in relation what would follow when the 12 were gone, that men would rise up and complain that the 12 were not right, and that they themselves were the ones to lead and govern the people. The meeting lasted until near sunset. March 28, 1847. Sunday, the weather still beautiful, clear, and warm like summer. The 12 again spoke, most of which consisted of warning the people against those who may rise up and try to lead off parties. This bore with the greatest weight on their minds. April 12th. A beautiful day. It was decided to keep up the police and have another tax levied to pay them. April 14th, 1847. Dark and cloudy, looks like fixing to rain, but it did not. Today the 12, except Taylor and Parley, made their final start to the mountains. April 18th, 1847. A letter was received from the quorum of the 12. It had among other things the advice for the brethren who remain, or arrive hereafter, to remove the lesser houses onto the line of winter quarters or on the borders of the most populated blocks, so as to defend themselves by houses, pickets, ditches, and sea against the Indians, so that your women and children may not be insulted and abused, and their tables robbed, while they are drawing water or gathering the fruits of their gardens. Let the brethren labor unitedly in making fields, fencing, planting, harvesting, and sea, all under the direction of their respective captains of tens, that all may share equally in the comforts and luxuries of the table. We advise the brethren to keep up a police of their most effective men at winter quarters, as we have done, for in an hour ye think not, evil may be upon you, and pay them for their services, so that they will not be obliged to neglect your safety for a loaf of bread, to satisfy their hunger or that of their families. 27 April 1847. This morning I and the marshal went to the ferry and told B.R. Higby, the ferryman, not to take anyone over who had not paid his tax, for there were now great numbers going off through disaffection, and we took this plan to secure their portion of supporting the police. Some paid it willingly, while others made bitter complaints. Footnote: regarding the number of people who left the church at this time, John D. Lee wrote, "The ferry is thronged continually with wagons to cross, that the scattering has become so general that Brother J. Taylor and P.P. Pratt put a veto on any team's crossing without a certificate from President I. Morley to show his approval. Even though a considerable number left, there were the faithful, determined saints who stayed, obeyed, and endured. Elias and his family were a part of this number. Elias' oldest son, Walter Elias, had become well acquainted with a young girl by the name of Martha, and Tuttle, and being quite taken with her, had asked her to marry him. She was the daughter of Edward Tuttle, a baker. Walter and Martha were married, April 28, 1847, in winter quarters by Isaac Morley. Walter took his new bride to live in his father's household, making a total of 8 living in the dwelling. Of this event, Hosea states, April 28, 1847, Wednesday. Clear and cool. There was a little rain last night. I was around as usual, went to Walter Gardner's wedding a while in the evening. May 3, 1847. Clear and cold, hard frost and night. May 4, 1847. Can get but one police on at a time. Hosea had his problems in keeping up this police guard. May 5, 1847. Clear and cold with uncommon hard south wind blowing, with the dust flying in clouds, making it very uncomfortable traveling. May 6, 1847. Dark, rainy, and windy day. Aring guard. May 7, 1847. Dull, cloudy weather, north wind. Omaha's made another breach on the cattle, driving off some 7 or 8 oxen. John Taylor and Parley P. Pratt left for the west in June of 1847 with their companies. Hosea Stout mentions that they had all started west by June 21, 1847. A problem with the Omaha's Indians and the killing of Francis Weatherby caused a group of men to be gathered, but was later told the government would handle it. It is possible that Elias was one of the 53 men who joined this guard. June 29, 1847. Very hot day. Elias' friend, Hosea Stout records. Thursday, Oct. 5. Sent out 5 men on guard and stayed at home. Louise is now my only child, who had been sick for a long time, died today, which seemed to complete the dark curtain which has been drawn over me since I left Nauvoo. My family then consisted of 8 members, and now but 2. 5 of whom has died, and now I am left childless, but I shall not dwell on this painful subject. Sunday, The 5th of September, a calf belonging to Jesse McCausland was in the stray pen, and he refused to redeem it and abused the law and the police, and so we, the police, killed it and divided out to the police and applied it on their wages. This was done to caution others from doing as he did, which was not uncommon. This upset many at the camp. Monday, September 6th, 1847, sent out 7 men, and I went in the forenoon to report to Prest Harris the killing of McCausland's calf, and gave my reasons for so doing. In the afternoon, I went out on guard. Today, 8 head of J.M. Flake's cattle were taken off the corn, and 6 of A.J. Cox making a heavy bill of cost on them, which they settled honorably. Cox settled with Elias Gardner on a cash debt, due tomorrow. I speak of it to the honor of those 2 men. 2 September 1847, Saturday. I and Meeks went south about noon, saw a smoke rise on the north, whereupon we came home, and found that the Indians were discovered, and quite an excitement raised in the city about it. Some Indians were reported to have been seen a mile or so up Mill Creek. We raised a company of horse and foot, and went in pursuit of them up Mill Creek, and found the tracks of Indians, but saw none. They made a descent on the Punkaw camp and took several of their horses, but they were soon retaken by the brethren. We had much difficulty in procuring horses after we reported the need of them immediately to pursue the Indians. The brethren were not willing in many instances to let their horses go or to go themselves, which subjected us to many inconvenience and greatly endangered the place. I confess that I was both mortified and chagrined at the penurious disposition of the people, and after doubling the police guard for the night, went to see President Harris on the subject, after which, with Elias Gardner, we called in President Morley and Counter Cox to Harris's house, and consulted on the subject, and concluded to have a council at 8 o'clock in the morning on the subject, after which I came home at 12 o'clock at night. Sunday, September 12th, 1847. The council met this morning at 8, as before agreed upon, and took up the subject of the police in general, and the tardiness of the people to heed an alarm, and many other inconveniences, and finally agreed to have Councillor Cox preach on the subject at meeting, which he did in an able manner, and plainly showed the situation which we were placed in, and the corruption and evil persons which we have to contend with, also the dangers and etc. we run for the public good. The Spirit rested down upon all, and all the council and many others bore testimony to what he taught. It had a most salutary effect upon the whole congregation, for after meeting every body seemed mild, affable, and well pleased, and willing to do anything in their power for the police and guard. The good effects was plainly manifest for weeks afterwards, whereas, after the discourse of Prest Clapp last Sabbath, which was construed to be against us, and the administration of the law, the bad effects was felt all last week, and a continual dissatisfaction was brooding through the town, followed by quarreling with the police and guards, sometimes coming near to blows. How great a fire a little matter kindleth! If all the authorities and men of influence would only uphold the law and its officers as they at first agree to do, there would not be half the trouble and perplexity there is with disaffected ones, nor need for half as many guards and police, and consequently only half the expense. Tuesday, September 14th, 1847. Went out on guard with 5 men. I with Gardner and Glines went west for several miles, as the prairie was still on fire in that direction, and in all probability the Sioux were out there yet. The trail which they made when they attacked the Punkaw camp was yet plain. This evening I heard that the Sioux attacked the Odos and Omahas while down this time, and killed some 30 in all. I still keep out a double guard of nights. Wednesday, September 15th, 1847. Went out on guard today with 4 men, and in company with E. Gardner and Earl went to Heber's farm. On our way there we met Calkins returning from Brigham's farm. Levi North was going up there and saw Calkins, and supposed he was an Indian, turned and ran back, while Calkins, taking him for one of the guard who was trying to play some prank on him, put spurs in pursuit, which frightened North almost out of his senses, and on his retreat gave the alarm to some of Brigham's boys who knew who it was. We came up just in time to enjoy the scenery, which created a good laugh at North's expense. We went on to Heber's farm, which is located in a deep hollow and is a narrow hemmed-in place, and in no way inviting to me. We found many sick and the place rather in a languishing condition, but the crop looked well. Our arrival created an excitement here also for some who were on the bottom mowing saw us at a long distance, supposed we were Indians, and ran into camp badly plaqued. We took dinner at Br. Henry Harriman's and returned home at 4 o'clock, just in time to save ourselves from a hard rain, which came suddenly up. In fact, rains would so suddenly came that we were often caught out and get wet. Friday, September 17th, 1847. Went out on guard with 5 men. Yesterday, we found Counselor D. Russell's horse pastured in the headlands of the corn field, which was not allowed, as such privilege would lead to destroying the crops. We had before spoke to him about the practice, and he promised to stop his boys from going there any more, but it appeared that he did not. So Elias Gardner by my order took the horse, and brought him away with the intention of putting him in the stray pen, as he had violated the law on that subject. However, he put him in his stable overnight, and early this morning, while Gardner was gone from home, Russell's boy came and stole the horse and took him home, and Gardner, while on his way home, was insulted by the boy and called a damned thief, whereupon Gardner took after him and ran him into his father's house, and there related what his boy had said, which his boy acknowledged to be correct. President Harris then arose and said that one of their number had here been charged with lying, and he moved for an adjournment tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and then have Gardner prove his assertions or acquit Russell of any sinecure, which was agreed to. Tuesday, September 21st, 1847. We met the council at 2 o'clock and proceeded to the case of Gardner and Russell, which occupied all the afternoon until dark. Russell brought forward some of his family as witnesses in his favor, but they all proved what Gardner had said to be true. Even his son, who took the horse, was a good witness in Gardner's favor, so he maintained his assertions, and the council decided accordingly, after which he offered to prove him in another lie if called for. September 28th, 1847. The subject of making some kind of a draw on the brethren residing on the east side of the river to assist the people here to pay the debt due the police was introduced today in the council by myself, which was favorably received and laid over for further investigation, after which the council adjourned to meet again on Russell's case, as we were not yet done with him. Friday, October 1st, 1847. 2 was an unusual hot day. We saw signs of Indians. We came in early, had a guard meeting at my house to settle a question between Gardner and Calkins, but did not come to a trial. October 2nd, 1847, the investigation was brought to a close regarding D. Russell and the police. He acknowledged every charge brought against him before the trial was over. The council decided that he should confess to the police and make them ample satisfaction for all he had done. He did confess, but still justifying, then accepted it. Russell was then dropped from the council as being unworthy. President Young arrived in the Salt Lake Valley, July 24th, 1847, but left for winter quarters on August 26th, 1847, being quite concerned over the welfare of the saints living there. Winter was setting in before they reached their destination, and the journey was very difficult. Some of the men went out to meet the pioneers and help them in the last trek of the journey. The streets of winter quarters filled with eager people, and the weary pioneers rejoiced once more to behold their wives, children, and friends. All were anxious and waiting to hear of this place in the West. They waited in anticipation to hear of that which was still ahead of them. What was it like? November 7th, 1847. Cold day. Went to council in the evening. The subject of the pay for the police was had up, and move made by some of the police to have a new collector, which caused the subject to be agitated with considerable spirit, as some of the council were very sanguine in favor of Eldridge, and the police as sanguine against him. The subject was laid over till tomorrow evening. November 8th, 1847, President Brigham Young advised the saints to leave winter quarters and make a settlement on the east bank of the Missouri River on the Iowa side. The Indians had been moved by the government, leaving the saints as sole occupants. The settlement was named Canesville in honor of Colonel Thomas L. Kane, who had shown the saints friendship many times. It was later changed to Council Bluffs, as it is called today. Monday, November 8th, 1847. Snowy morning. The council met. L received orders from the Council of the 12 to drive out and keep out all the Indians which were all the time infesting this place, and I, being busy at this time, sent L. H. Calkins to execute the same. The Omahas, as they passed through here, would linger around town begging and stealing all they could get. They were very troublesome. December 22nd, 1847. One was engaged in putting a stop, so some of our folks going to a military ball to be held at the point on Christmas evening. Friday, December 24th, 1847. Went to the General Conference at Miller's Point, in company with Zara Pulsifer. Conference was held in a very large log house called the Tabernacle. The day was mostly spent in preparing for business. Pratt spoke at length on the policy of electing a first president. His discourse was very interesting and was received with breathless silence. The spirit rested down upon the whole congregation. In the evening, President Young requested me to take some 3 or 4 more of the police and go down to Poingo Pool to watch the moves of the officers and other persons at the military ball held at that place. Accordingly, I took Elias Gardner, L.N. Scoville, and Luman J.H. Calkins, got a span of horses and wagon of Daniel Miller, and started just before dark. We arrived at the point early in the evening about 7. We were well received by all who knew us. Were taken in, had our suppers in the best of style. It was soon whispered around amongst the whole company who we were, and our business was naturally known by some. All seemed to pay due regard to us. We were invited to partake in all their dancing and drinking, always giving us the opportunity to dance oftener than anyone else. We passed off the night very agreeably. Took breakfast, paid $1 each for our trouble, and came back to Conference early the next morning. Before the ladies, the officers were very civil as long as they were sober enough, but in the barroom they were exceeding vulgar. Saturday, December 25th, 1847, we found all well at Conference. In the forenoon, the officers of the church were past the ordeal, as is usual. This afternoon, the high priests, elders, teachers, and deacons' quorums were set in order and officers appointed to preside where there were any vacancies. Many of the brethren marveled at our going to the ball when it had been so strictly put down by the 12 yesterday. They did not even suspect. Sunday, December 26th, 1847. Conference was again held in the Tabernacle. Elder Appleby spoke on the situation and policy of the nations. His discourse was lengthy and very interesting to all present, for our means of information at this time was very limited. He is a beautiful and easy speaker, a returned missionary. In the afternoon, President H.C. Kimball spoke against the saints going to Gentile balls and Gentiles themselves, and was followed by Press E.T. Benson. December 28th, 1847. Having gone home ill, heard from Conference. The first presidency are unanimously appointed to Whitby, Young, H.C. Kimball, and W. Richards. The best of feeling prevailed, and the spirit rested down on the congregation to an uncommon degree. Footnote: up to this time, Brigham Young had been acting president of the church, representing the quorum of 12 apostles. His official acceptance here gave him more power in the management of the overall policies of the church and in the direction of the mass move of the next year. December 29th, 1847. Very warm, thawy day. The church wagon which was executed by Gardner to satisfy the judgment against Scott was sold today to President B. Young, and the parties to whom the money was coming made a present of the same to the President immediately on the receipt thereof, who blessed them and took it and appropriated it to the poor. Had a police meeting in the evening at W. E. Cox's shop. Police agreed to divide the night in 3 tours of duty. Thursday, December 30th, 1847. E. Gardner, the police collector, and myself went today to the Punka camp to settle the taxes there, and came home. Saturday, January 1st, 1848. Clear and pleasant day. The police were out on what we called a police spree. There were some persons in this place who were trying to set up a gambling table, and to find out how the matter stood, several of us went into a drinking spree with some who were concerned with it. They soon got high enough to develop their plans, and thus we learned all about it. At dark, the police met at the council house with their wives and friends, and had an agreeable party till 12 at night. Police commenced on guard by 3 tours per night. January 4th, 1848, Tuesday. A busy day for the police and bishops. Whiskey was at this time sold by a large number of brethren, contrary to law which ordained that it should only be sold by the bishops. The consequence was drunkenness was very prevalent, and at some places they become very noisy. A complaint was made to the council by B.P. Whitney of the same, whereupon the council decided that the police and bishops do their duty. We took 5 barrels today. The 3 latter was forfeited as they would not yield, neither in that case would the bishops pay. We were busy until 10 o'clock p.m. Monday, January 10th, 1848, was engaged in preparing to send some of the police over the river to collect means for the police. President Young assisted us by sending a petition. I will here insert the petition entire, as it will more plainly show our situation, also the situation of winter quarters, to wit. To the Municipal High Council of Council Point, and all the councils, authorities, branches, and members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on the eastern banks of Missouri, or upon the Potawatomi lands. Camp of Israel. Greeting to winter quarters. The councils of this place, in their deliberations for the welfare of Israel, have concluded to lay before you, by way of petition, a laconic statement of their situation, and respectfully invite your attention. It is well known to many of you, the circumstances under which the great body of the church located here, the many inconveniences and privations we have suffered through being huddled together in such large numbers, having the great majority of the poor and the destitute thrown on our hands, the many families of our brethren to take care of, who for the temporal salvation of this people enlisted in the battalion and went to California, the public burthens consequent upon our peculiar situation, also the large amount of able bodies and expert men drawn from the camp to be pioneers in search of a home for all the saints, and who raised no crops at this point. Likewise the large spring company of emigrants who were fitted out from here, and which embraced about all who had any means in their possession, and the many heavy losses we have sustained through Indian depredations and destruction of our cattle. All these things have contributed largely to the impoverishment of this camp, and to render us in a measurably dependent and helpless condition, insomuch that at the present time, one of our bishops has 301 individual dependent on him for their daily bread, and those who have farmed it here are forced to leave this place in the spring, and must either go on to the mountain or recross the Missouri and begin anew. Taking all these things into consideration, and having a public burthen on our shoulders of about $800, which we are unable to discharge, due to the police, a body of men who have never as yet in this church had an equivalent for their services, we deem it necessary to deputize a committee of their number, viz. Elisha H. Groves, Lumen H. Calkins, and Elias Gardner, to visit your branches, and lay before the brethren their situation, and the matters concerning the police which is needful, for the people to know, and receive such donations as the brethren may be disposed to give, either in teams, wagons, horses, cows, clothing of all kinds, for men, women, and children, and produce of all kinds, and who will keep an accurate account of whatever is given to them. The brethren, in making this petition to you, realize that the comparatively advantageous circumstances which surrounds you will warrant you in being liberal and benevolent, and while it will be taking a burthen off the brethren here, it will only be equalizing the load, so that we may be one in all things. And it is fondly anticipated that you will shew by your hearty and liberal response to this petition that you are willing to bear equal burthens with us and sacrifice for the gospel's sake, hoping that this petition will be received by you with that attention and exertion the case requires. We are, and C. Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, N. K. Whitney, Willard Richards, Orson Pratt, Geo. A. Smith, Wilford Woodruff, G.O.W. Harris, Jazz Whitehead, Clerk for the High Council. Thursday, January 13th, 1848. Today, Mr. Long, who had ran away with Calkin's daughter, returned accompanied by 4 soldiers. They were in search of one Samuel Smith, a deserter. He came to me, and we concluded to give him a round on the subject of outwitting tonight. So several of the police gathered in W. Cox's shop near to Calkin's where Mr. Long was, and we sent W. M. Miller into Calkin's to get a pint of whiskey as an excuse, but to arrest Long. He went and got the whiskey, and started, and as it happened Long came out with him. Not proceeding for Miller took hold of him, saying, "You are my prisoner. We intend to learn you what it is to kidnap young girls in this place, as you have done. You now have got to atone for it now, before you leave this place." This, spoken in an austere and commanding tone, had the desired effect. It scared Long almost to death. He trembled like a leaf in the wind. He was detained in Main Street while the north wind swept furiously over, until he nearly froze. Gardner wanted him to go to a stockyard nearby, but he would not, as he expected to have his throat cut, and that was only to get him to one side for that purpose. At length he was taken in Cock's shop, where we were assured at the same time that his time had come. He need not expect to have friends to help him now. The atonement must be made. He must go before the council and stand his trial, but pretending to have some sympathy for him, they undertook to plead with me not to repine him if he would do anything fair. After a long consultation in which all agreed that they would not divulge anything that had passed, we agreed to let him go in case he would pay 4 gallons of whiskey, which amounted to $3.75. He gave Calkins orders to let us have it, and he would pay it. After all this was over, and the bargain fairly made, we then ran upon him, without mercy, to suppose that we cared anything about a man marrying a girl whenever they could agree themselves. That we only wanted to let him know that we could outweed him. He was badly plagued and confessed that he did expect to die. We were bamboozling him around in this way till midnight. January 15th, 1848. We went to receive our pay of the soldiers for our service, but they were so very mean and penurious about paying us, after so largely boasting that $50 was nothing if only they could get the man, that we told them that rather than take so mean and penurious a price, we would not have anything. Daniel Russell also used his influence for us not to be honorably paid, as Mr. Long told us. After we were through with this soldier affair, I went to the office and reported their proceedings to the president, also the way we handled Mr. Long Monday. January 17th, 1848. At dark broke up a party at D. Russell's, which was got up contrary to orders. After that the fiddlers went to Carnes and then to Gardner's and played for us, while we had a dance till 12. A jubilee was taking place that started on the 15th of January, in which the Sioux agent and general officers from Fort Kearny came there as spectators and were invited to join. The jubilee must have gone on for several days, as Brother Stout continues. January 19th, 1848. Went to the jubilee again by the upper ferry. We came home about 2 hours after dark and then went out on guard with E. Gardner and Carnes till 11 o'clock p.m. saw and had an interview with President Harris about the seditious feeling of some in this place. He thinks it ought to be put down. January 20th, 1848, Thursday. Engaged with E. Gardner and D. Carnes on the subject of seditious feeling prevalent. We had repeatedly made mention of it to different ones of the council, desiring that would call a private council and hear our report, but they seemed so very easy and unconcerned, which made us feel the responsibility the more on us. So today we were around and saw several of the council who were, as usual, very easy, very naturally supposing that we would see to it. Still we could not get a hearing. About dark I went to the council house to a meeting of the high priests, and finding no one there except some of the council clerk and some of the bishops, I began about the spirits which were at work and etc. until I grew very warm, and spoke very long and loud, until they were fairly wakened to look into the subject, and appointed tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. to give the police a hearing, for I had many things that was hard for them to believe. From here, I went to notify Prest Harris of the council tomorrow, who was well pleased with the arrangements. January 21st, 1848. This morning the council and police met as agreed last evening. I was called upon to give a relation of things as they existed. This hearing went on for several days, finding the reports to be UE, and bringing at least one to trial. This helped to end a lot of murmuring and dissatisfaction among the people, and helped all to see what the object and intention of this police department really was. While the hearing was proceeding, Brother Stout writes, Sunday, January 23rd, 1848. Today Groves, Calkins, and Gardner, the police committee, started over the river to fill their mission. President Young wants the police to put the public arms in order. This mission was evidently to secure funds to help the police. Tuesday, January 25th, 1848, he writes, E. Gardner returned today with some corn, the avails of their preaching. The police commenced on January 25th to clean the guns as President Young had directed. It continued on for many days. Saturday, February 5th, 1848. In the evening, I and several of the police met at E. Gardner's with H.S. Eldridge to settle, or rather explain to him the reason that the police did not want him for a collector, which was done, I believe, to the satisfaction of all parties. I came home about 11 o'clock p.m. Monday, February 14th, 1848. Rain last night. Warm day. South wind. Muddy roads. Brother Stout noted that with the freedom of Brother Groves, Calkins, and Gardner that this mission was ended. The total amount subscribed by the brethren in the different branches for the police was $385.53, and the total amount collected and actually realized was $378.84. This amount paid in corned beans, potatoes, turnips, cabbage, buckwheat, pork, butter, and etc., also in clothing to considerable amount, was an advantage to the police greater than anyone could imagine who did not know their wants. Brother Stout said if it had not been for this mission and the money and means collected, he would not have been able to have had the necessary supplies to come west. This was true of Elias also. A police meeting was held, February 21st, 1848, in which they all agreed to go to work on the road over the river through the willows. As it turned out, the weather was too cold, and they did not go. Thursday, February 24th, 1848. Was around to enlist more help to clean guns as the police were getting tired of their job, as well they might. Today we got up the idea of making up a party, and all who would put a gun in good order might come. This work was committed to E. Gardner and R. Stevens. Such was the dancing fever that they soon had as many at work as the police could superintend. Friday, February 25th, 1848. Mild, pleasant weather. Busy time at the guns. There was enough clean today for 2 parties, one for the adults and one for the boys. The adults had their party tonight. So much good come out of the dancing fever. All went off well and satisfactory. Saturday, February 26th, 1848. The boys' ball came off tonight. Many came who did not clean any guns and intruded on the boys, but were named out and ordered off, and the boys' rights maintained. There were 27 guns cleaned today on the dancing order. I was around on guard late with E. Gardner tonight. Sunday, February 27th, 1848. Fine, clear, warm morning. Around all day Gardner, thus Rich, Carnes, and Calkins, and in the evening had a police meeting at the council house. Here W. P. McIntyre was taken into the police. Decided to have only 2 tours of duty each night and have more police out at. The gun cleaning was finally finished on the 3rd of March, a very cold and snowy day. Some compensation was given to the police for their time in cleaning these guns. Because of a trial between Jack Redding and J.M. Strode, which ended up in Strode losing his store, much feeling and dissension began to grow. On Tuesday, March 14th, 1848, Brother Stout mentioned that there was as much dissension now as ever I saw in Nauvoo or at any other period of the church history. Many words were said against the prophet and feelings were running high. Brother Stout got into a fight with another man, and finally all was stopped. He with others was brought before council and was reprimanded, but said he was never sorry because it ended the dissension that was growing. Thursday, March 23rd, 1848. President Young and Kimball came home today, does not say from where. I had sent Gardner after them as circumstances were suspicious. Out on guard for the want of more police. On the 30th of March, 1848. 10 Pawnees here now. In wind. Today Prest Young requested the police to go with him to conference on the April 6th, as there is some threats of the soldiers, and he intends to stand his ground. The Pawnee Indians were causing a lot of trouble about this time, demanding food, dancing in front of the stores, and staying in the schoolhouse. A fire started in some hay and was blown by the south wind. If it had blown any other way, the town and the people would have been destroyed. It was an awful sight for all there. The confusion was very great among the people. It was finally brought under control. The Pawnees left. Brother Stout mentioned that he had been preparing his wagon to move west and was laying up flour, which was true of all those leaving for the west in the spring, including the Gardner family. Thursday, April 6th, 1848. Today went to conference with a large company of the police. We went in 2 wagons. We were well armed and prepared to meet those 3 LS that were hove out against the presidency. We arrived at the tabernacle at 11 a.m. and found the brethren there awake to the same thing, and were glad to see us come. While here, we kept close guard and a sharp lookout. But no opposition manifested itself. After meeting was out, several of the police and myself were around with Prest Young Kimball and Hyde until near midnight, when they put up at Br. Kimball's and we went to Daniel Miller's where several of the police were and stayed till morning. Miller treated us very kindly and entertained some 7 or 8 during our stay at conference. Friday, AP 7, 1848. At conference. After conference was adjourned, Prest Young and Kimball came home accompanied by Gardner and myself, leaving the rest of the police there yet a while. We arrived at home at the next days were all spent in preparing the wagons, as well as other necessary duties. Those not financially able to go west were moving on to other lands, and those going west were fixing wagons and laying up supplies as their means would allow. On 12th of May, 1848, Brother Stout says the ferry is now running all night, transporting brethren both ways. Brother Stout started on his journey to the Horn on the 17th of May. It rained hard on the 22nd of May and was very wet, and still raining the next day, but cleared off and a north wind dried the roads very fast, making the crossing much easier. Brother Stout crossed over to the camp on the Horn on the 24th of May. President Young arrived on the 27th of May. On 31st Wednesday, 1848. Cold morning. Several of us went this morning to meet Gardner and others of the police who were coming. We met them about 3 miles from the Horn. Over 100 wagons crossed this morning day. Chapter 3. The Journey West. On June 1st, 1848, President Young organized the companies. They were then divided into 2 divisions, with President Young over the 1st Division and Heber C. Kimball over the 2nd Division. The 2nd Division consisted of 4 companies plus the Mississippi Company. Elias and his family were in the 4th Company, or 100, in which Henry Harriman was made captain. The clerk of the company was William Burton. The following is his record of him of the journey across the plains, with excerpts from the Journal of William Thompson, clerk. Tuesday, June 6, 1848. We camped on the west bank of the Elkhorn waiting for Sister Mary Smith, the widow of Hiram Smith, and some others of the saints, who was having difficulty in getting their teams and belongings to the Elkhorn. This day the Indians came into our herd of cattle and succeeded in getting 1 ox, which they killed immediately. When the alarm was made, numbers of the brethren went in pursuit of them and overtook them in a short time. The Indians not stopping when desired and appearing rather hostile, we fired upon them. The Indians returned the fire. The horse upon which William H. Kimball rode was wounded. Brother Egan was shot through the arm. Thomas Ricks was shot in the back with 3 buck shots. His wounds appeared almost fatal, yet we pursued our journey, and he continued to recover. Several of the children were wounded. In the afternoon of this day we moved about 2 miles and camped for the night, the others of our brethren having arrived. Wednesday, June 7th. This morning we took up our line of march. The 1st Company of 50, in which Brother Kimball traveled, went in advance. We followed. This day we traveled about 15 miles and camped about 4 miles this side of the Liberty Pole. We discovered no more of the Indians. Thursday, June 8th. This day we continued our march. Nothing particular transpired. We camped for the night on the Platte River. Day's travel 10 miles. The company was called together by Captain John Pack for the purpose of electing officers. The captain of the 100, Henry Harriman, was present and addressed the brethren upon the subject of a proper organization. The officers were all accepted according to their previous appointment. Henry Harriman, captain of 100, John Pack, captain of the 2nd 50, Caleb Baldwin, captain of the 1st 10, William Burton, captain of the 2nd 10, Cornelius Lott, captain of the 3rd 10, Francis McPherson, captain of the guard, and William Burton, clerk. Various instructions were given to the brethren. One thing was enjoined upon them, to offer supplication to the Most High twice a day. The hand of God was manifest in our midst. Peace and union prevailed in our company. We had 64 wagons, 179 souls, 21 horses, 16 mules, 19 oxen, 93 cows, 27 loose cattle, 74 sheep, 28 hogs, 71 hens, 22 dogs, and 5 cats. Saturday, June 10th. We traveled about 10 miles and camped on the Platte where the road joins the river. Here we remained until Monday, Sunday, June 11, 1848. We held a meeting in the fore and after part of the day. Much good instruction was given to the saints relative to their salvation and safety in traveling to the valley. Brother Kimball, in particular, spoke with great power. Monday, June 12th. The wife of Brother Albert Petty was delivered of a son. This day we traveled about 20 miles and camped near the Platte on the banks of the Loup Fork Lake, which is south of the road. Tuesday, June 13th. This day we crossed the Beaver River, distant about 10 miles from our former encampment. Wednesday, June 14th. This day we traveled about 14 miles and camped for the night on the west bank of Cedar Creek. We passed the ruins of the Pawnees village. It appeared to have covered a large tract of land, but now is a heap of ruins. Thus far we discovered no more Indians since we left the Elkhorn. Thursday, June 15th. We traveled 11 miles and camped near the old Pawnee village. A child about 6 years old fell out of a wagon and was killed instantly. It belonged to the First 50. Lucretia Cox. Friday, June 16th. We reached the upper ford of Loup Fork and saw the corral of President Young about 4 o'clock. This evening we had a tremendous storm of rain and wind, but no damage was done to our wagons. Saturday, June 17th. The herd was sent out at 4 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock the oxen began to cross the Loup Fork to assist us over the river. Hundreds of teams were seen moving to help us. About 3 o'clock we were all over, 226 wagons. We formed a corral near to President Young. Sunday, June 18th. The herd was sent out at 4 o'clock. President Young appointed a meeting between the corrals at 10 a.m., and he and Brother Kimball spoke to the saints relative to their moving to the valley this evening, desiring to know their minds about starting in the morning. The vote was unanimous, and Cornelius P. Lott was chosen captain of the herd. Another motion was made and carried that all those captains who neglected their duty should be put out of office. Monday, June 19th. The herd was sent out at 3:30 a.m. We were to start at 8 o'clock. This day we traveled about 13 miles over heavy, sandy road, almost a wasted prairie. Joseph Pack killed an antelope. At 7:30 p.m. we stopped to rest the cattle and afterwards concluded to stay until morning, formed the corral at 9 o'clock p.m. Tuesday, June 20th at 5 a.m. we yoked the cattle and started. Near Prairie Creek we saw President Young's camp, Lorenzo Snow and Zena Pulsifer. We stopped 2 or 3 hours and then began our march. We traveled this day 20 miles and camped on the Platte. Some Indians were discovered in our rear, crawling up to some wagons which were behind the main body. No damage was done by them. Wednesday, June 21st. The herd was sent out at the usual hour. At 8 o'clock the brethren were notified to meet together. Elder Kimball addressed them relative to observing order in traveling. Each tin was to keep its place, according to number, and much instruction was given pertaining to our safety and salvation. Bishop Higbee was to take his company and travel separately, the two companies having been together for some time. Brother Kimball was to designate those who should join Brother Higbee. At 12 took up our line of march and traveled about 10 miles. Camped near the Platte River. Thursday, June 22nd. The herd was sent out at 3:30 a.m. and near 9 o'clock we started. The roads were good, but rather dusty. One thing that detained the camp was that some cows strayed from us and men were sent after them, but did not find them. Brother Kimball, with 2 or 3 tens, remained until noon. Friday, June 23rd. The herd was sent out as usual. We began our march about 8 o'clock. All things were prospering with us. We camped on the banks of the Platte about 5 p.m. The weather was pleasant and the blessings of God, the Eternal Father, was with us. Saturday, June 24th. This morning we started about 5 o'clock and traveled about 8 miles and camped on the banks of a slough. There being some willows, we went to work immediately to cut and haul to make charcoal, which was ready by Monday morning to put in sacks to carry with us. Sunday, June 25th. We had meeting at 11 o'clock, which was opened by Brother Henry Harriman, who spoke to the saints relative to their duty in all things pertaining to their safety and salvation. Now and hereafter Captain Pack made some remarks. Some others spoke. Elder Kimball gave some general instructions in his usual manner, in the spirit of meekness and simplicity. We were also visited this day by Lieutenant Craig and 10 privates belonging to the Oregon Battalion Station, near the head of Grand Island. Our marshal was sent out to meet them and escort them into our corral. After partaking of some refreshments and remaining 3 or 4 hours, they returned to their encampment, apparently much pleased with their reception. This week we have traveled about 82 miles in 5 days. Monday, June 26th. We began our march about 8:30 and near 12 o'clock we came up to Brother Brigham's encampment, and nearby here were 4 other corrals of the saints. We corralled above President Young's on Platte River. This day we traveled 8 miles. Wednesday, June 28, 1848. This morning we waited for President Young's camp to pass by before we started, which was after 9 o'clock, traveled about 14 miles and camped. A child of Brother P. Conover's fell out of a wagon and the wheels ran over her arm and leg, but wonderful to tell, it broke neither. Thursday, June 29th. The camp began to move at 8 o'clock. This day Brother Hooper killed a buffalo, the first one that was got by our camp. We traveled on very well, considering the roads being sandy and the day warm. By a mistake, the son of George Rhodes was in the act of getting out of the wagon. His foot slipped and he fell, 2 wheels running over his shoulder, but through the mercy of God, his shoulder was not broken. We traveled about 14 miles. A meeting was called this evening relative to the herd, Brother C. P. Lot desiring to be released from being captain of the herd. It being motioned, the vote was unanimous. Motioned by Brother Kimball and carried, that each 50 take turns in driving the herd, every other day. The meeting was dismissed with Brother Kimball blessing the people. Accident referred to today should be Friday. Friday, June 30th. This morning, we began our march about 8:30 a.m. The weather was remarkable, pleasant only dusty. This day a herd of buffalo was driven towards the wagons, and 5 or 6 of them were killed. This was something new to us to see the chase. They ran between our wagons. We traveled 12 miles and camped near Small Lake. Saturday, July 1st. The following were appointed: William S. Hooper, Lorenzo Twitchell, Brother Duncan, C. Jackson Redding, Elias Gardner, and George Clausen were appointed the hunters. There was a proposition made by President Kimball that there be sergeants of the guard appointed, whereupon it was then proposed by Cap. Harriman that Elias Gardner be appointed the captain over all the guard. It was carried unanimous. It was agreed that Brother Ricks and Brother Griffin drive the sheep, and that they start in the mornings before the camp. Brother Kimball asked Brother Hovey how it was that he was the cap of his 10, and he never come to call the 10 together, whereupon Brother H. replied that he would come if he wanted him. HCK said he did that. Every captain of 10 should act as a father and as a teacher to his 10, that he wanted him to bring his family together on Monday evening and teach them principles of righteousness. Said he, "What I say on a one captain, I say unto all." The meeting was dismissed by President H. C. K. in Ball, with his blessing on the brethren and the camps. Monday, July 3rd. It was almost noon before we began to move in consequence of some tires wanting setting, but we traveled 10 miles. Monday, July 3rd. The cattle was turned out of corral at 3:30 this morning. Still morning. At 7 o'clock the wind blew southwest in consequence of Pack the blacksmith having wagon tires to set the camp did not move this morning to 10 o'clock in double file. The road was very dusty today. Our road today was tolerable good with some sand. We camped this evening on the end bank of the Platte. Plenty of water, no wood, poor grass. In consequence of PRHCK having tires to set his wagons did not get into camp till sundown. CAP Gardner warned me to stand on guard the forepart of the night. The night was still and warm. Wind in the south at 11 o'clock p.m. Tuesday, July 4th. This morning we began our march about 9 o'clock. We passed over some heavy, sandy bluffs, but we got along very well. One accident happened. P. Conover's son had his foot run over by a wagon. He was considerably injured. All things taken into consideration, we were wonderfully blessed by the God of Israel. The Indians appeared to be turned to the right and left. None of them make their appearance. Peace and union prevail in our midst. 3 buffaloes were killed by our hunters. We corralled near the river, traveled 14 miles, 326 and 3/4 miles from winter quarters. Dr. Bernhizel reported to me this evening that the health of the camp was good. Plenty of buffalo, plenty of grass and water, no wood. President Young's camp is a mile west of us. B. Higby's camp is a mile east. Wednesday, July 5, 1848. This morning we began to move about the usual hour. heavy traveling part of the way. We came 8 miles and quarreled near the river. Turned the cattle out, as usual, at 1/2-3. Wind in. At 6 a.m. camp started this morning at 9 o'clock. The road was sandy today. We crossed sandy bluffs today. When coming down of the west foot, I halted a minute to help HCK men to roll forward a wagon out of the road. My cattle went down a little pitch and turned the wagon over. My wife Sarah and my sons William and Robert was in the wagon. I called for help. HCK and 4 or 5 of his men come running immediately. We got the load out of the box and got them out. HCK said no lives lost. All well. It rained a little about 7 p.m. It commenced again and rained very heavy for 15 minutes with a heavy wind from the NW. At 10 p.m. tolerable good feed, plenty of water, no wood. Thursday, July 6th. This morning we began to move at 8 o'clock. The day was fine and cool. We passed over some heavy, sandy bluffs. 2 buffaloes were killed. We camped about 2 miles from Cedar Bluffs. Day's travel, 13.5 miles. Friday, July 7th. This morning we began to move about 8 o'clock. Pleasant day and generally good roads. The blessings of God continued with us. 3 buffaloes were killed by our hunters. Only 2 were brought in, and those were reserved by the hunters. We camped on Camp Creek, having traveled 13 miles. Saturday, July 8th. This morning about 7 o'clock the brethren were called together by the request of Brother Kimball, who desired to know their minds relative to stopping until Monday morning to rest our teams and prepare for the Sabbath. The motion being made, it was carried. Also some men were selected from every 10 to go and hunt. 4 buffaloes were killed, 3 deer and 1 calf. There was about 25 men, some bathed in the Platte last evening. Sunday, July 9th, 1848. Thompson Journal. Turned out the cattle at 3 this morning. Calm pleasant morning. I was on guard the foreport of the night. Last night, 8 a.m., gentle breeze from the east. The brethren that was out hunting got in about 8 o'clock this morning. Burton Journal, Sunday, July 9th. A meeting was appointed to commence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. About 1 o'clock p.m. President Young came to our corral. His camp was 17 miles in advance of ours. After stopping there 3 hours, he returned. The meeting was opened by singing and prayer by Brother Fielding. Father Morley gave us a short talk, or address, relating some news from the valley. He was followed by several others. Brother Kimball spoke concerning our present situation and the blessings that had attended us so far on our journey. He gave us much instruction. One thing that had been neglected was attended to. That was to appoint Brother Kimball superintendent of the camp, which was carried unanimously. William R. Thompson was elected clerk for the camp. The meeting was closed by Brother Kimball. Voted that we start by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The wife of Brother Walter Elias Gardner gave birth to a son. His name was L.R.A. Walter Gardner. Note: according to these diaries and their location at the time Ira was born, they could not have been at Horseshoe Creek, Sweetwater, Wyoming. They were in Keith County, Nebraska. Monday, July 10th. This morning we began to move near the time appointed. One of Brother Kimball's wagon tongues was broken. We traveled 13.5 miles. This afternoon was excessively warm, much warmer than any other day we have had up to the present time. Tuesday, July 11th. This morning we started about the same time as the previous morning. We got along tolerably well, stopped somewhat earlier than usual. Corralled above Castle Bluff. Soon after the corral was formed, the leader of our camp, Brother Kimball, had the brethren called together in the center of the corral for the purpose of dispatching some men to go in search of 2 of the brethren who had gone back after a horse. This was the 2nd day since they left. 15 horsemen were immediately sent back. They met the men about 12 miles from our encampment and returned with them all safe, to our great joy. Wednesday, 12th. This morning we began to move about 8 o'clock. The day was exceedingly warm. All was well with us. To God be the praise now and forever. Traveled 15 miles. Thursday, July 13th. This morning we took up our line of march at 8 o'clock. The day was very warm and the roads dusty. About 4 o'clock we met some teams that were sent by President Young to help us over some heavy, sandy road near the ancient bluff ruins. We corralled above President Young. Traveled about 13 miles. When we came up to P. Young's camp we seen several brethren from the valley. Among the rest, Shadrach Roundy and Thomas Kirk, who informed us that the brethren in the valley was well. The crops looked well, and there was quite a number of Sioux Indians visited our camps this evening. About 10 o'clock it blowed up a storm from the inn. It rained considerable through the day. It was warm and very dusty. Camped this evening a mile west of the ancient bluff ruins. No wood, water a mile of good feed. Here the brethren bought considerable buffalo robes and moccasin of the Sioux Indians. They were very friendly. Friday, July 14, 1848. In the morning a sister by the name of Twitchell, Sarah, aged 28, died of consumption and was buried at the foot of the bluff ruins. Today a number of the Sioux Indians, with their chief, Tobacco, came to our camp. They were very friendly. We gave them some small presents, which pleased them. They were noble-looking men, being tall and straight, high foreheads, Roman noses, and of a noble mien. It was almost 2 o'clock when we started, traveled 10 miles. Saturday, July 15th. This morning we began to move about 8 o'clock. We got along very well. The blessings of heaven attended us. We traveled about 18 miles. Quarreled about 1/2 mile from President Young. Sunday, July 16th. We remained here today. A meeting was held between the two quarrels at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. President Young spoke to the people, followed by Elders Kimball and Erastus Snow. A motion was then made by President Young that his company be divided into 4, which was carried. A similar motion was made by Brother Kimball and carried. In Elder Kimball's company the following were appointed captains: Henry Harriman, John Pack, Titus Billings, and Bishop Higby. Some persons were sent with a mail to the valley to start tomorrow. The meeting closed with prayer by Elder Kimball. The captains of tens were called together in our quarrel to know their minds relative to the companies, and which captain they would choose to travel with. Monday, July 17th. This morning, we began our march about 9 o'clock, having to wait for President Young. The several companies started out and quarreled separately after this. I, with my 10, joined Brother John Pack, who traveled with Brother Kimball. We had 72 wagons in our company. We traveled about 10 miles, crossed the river 4 miles above Chimney Rock. We began to cross the river about 5 o'clock, and before dark about 150 wagons were over. This evening it rained. Tuesday, July 18th. This morning we took up our line of march at 8 o'clock. The roads were good on this side of the Platte. Today we traveled more than 20 miles, but there was no water or feed for our cattle. Wednesday, July 19th. This morning we started before 5 o'clock, hoping to find grass and water soon, but were disappointed. We did not obtain feed until we reached the river about 14 miles, where we remained until the next day. Some of our hunters killed 2 deer and 1 antelope. Thursday, July 20th, 1848. Today we started about 12 o'clock and traveled 10 miles. Last night we had 2 fine showers of rain, something uncommon for this country. The Lord blessed us in all things for our comfort and good. Friday, July 21st. Today we rested our cattle and remained where we quarreled the night before, about 20 miles below Fort Laramie. Here we had plenty of grass for our teams. Saturday, July 22nd. This morning we began to move about 7 o'clock and traveled 14 miles. President Young was 10 miles ahead of us. Nothing particular transpired today. In the evening the brethren were called together to ascertain their minds relative to going ahead on the Sabbath, feed being scarce for the cattle. It was unanimously carried that we travel tomorrow. It was motioned by Brother Kimball that all the captains of 10 call their several companies together and pray with them and speak as the Spirit should direct. Sunday, July 23rd. This morning we took up our line of march a little after 7 a.m. Today we crossed the Laramie Fork of the Platte River, passed the fort, and quarreled about 1/2 mile west of it, traveled 11 miles. Monday, July 24th. Today we did not start very early, feed being scarce. Brother Billings went first, Brother Howard Egan next. We then moved about 2 miles and turned our teams out and remained until 5 p.m., then traveled about 7 miles and quarreled. Tuesday, July 25th. This morning we began to move by 8 o'clock. The day was cool and pleasant. The roads were good, excepting some hills. In the afternoon we had a thunder shower attended with considerable wind. In the evening we got to Bitter Creek and passed several small companies belonging to President Young. We camped about 3 miles from Brother Brigham. The mountain, The Black Hills began to show their lofty summits, towering high above the level region of country. It is truly romantic, hills and valleys interspersed with pine and cedar trees, high ledges of rocks, etc. Traveled 14 miles. Wednesday, July 26th. Today we moved about 2 miles. To obtain feed for our teams, our company was divided into 2 parts, in consequence of grass being scarce. 2 tens remained with Brother Kimball, and I went with Captain Pack. My 10 was with him. Tonight it rained considerable. Brother Twitchell killed an antelope. Thursday, July 27th. This morning it rained, so we concluded to stop until tomorrow. Friday, July 28, 1848. This morning we began to move out by 8 o'clock. The day was cool and pleasant, the road rough and hilly. In the afternoon we met some volunteers from the valley, going to winter quarters. We quarreled near Horse Creek, traveled 14 miles. Saturday, July 29th. This morning we moved about 1½ miles and camped in order to get some better feed for our cattle. In the afternoon Brother Kimball arrived and quarreled near us. We remained here until Monday. Not anything particular took place either of those days. Our hunters killed a black-tailed deer and an antelope on Saturday. Monday, July 31st. This morning we started at 8 o'clock. One of Brother Kimball's oxen died, being poisoned by something that he ate. This was the first ox we lost on the journey. It was very difficult to get any grass for our teams, but the Lord sent us frequent showers of rain which began to cause the grass to spring up. Today the roads were a succession of hills and hollows, and very hard, which hurt our cattle's feet. We traveled 18 miles and camped on the Labonte River. Tuesday, August L. Today we stopped until after dinner to rest our cattle. We then traveled about 5 miles and camped on a branch of the Labonte River. Brother Kimball camped about 2 miles above us. Wednesday, August 2nd. This morning we took up our line of march at 9 o'clock. An ox died belonging to Brother Robinson, which delayed us some time. Captain Pack let him have one to make out his team. Today we traveled 15 miles and quarreled on the La Priel. Feed continued to be very scarce for our cattle. Thursday, August 3rd. Today we had some difficulty in finding all of our cattle. It being late when we got them, we concluded to remain until the 4th. We now began to see some buffaloes. Again our hunters killed some, but it being late in the day we did not get them. Friday, August 4th. This morning the company started about 9 o'clock. I did not start for about 2 hours, one of my oxen being gone. Today we only traveled above 5 miles. Having found some grass for our cattle, we quarreled. Our hunters killed a mountain sheep, a black-tailed deer, and some buffaloes, but not much of the latter was brought in, it being late in the Saturday, August 5, 1848. This morning it was nearly 9 o'clock before we began our march. The day was worn, the roads considerably dusty. We camped on Deer Creek, traveled about 12 miles and camped. Today we came to the North Fork of the Platte. Sunday, August 6th. Today we traveled about 5 miles. The feed not being good where we were, we camped on the Platte. In the evening, we had a meeting. A hymn was sung. I then opened the meeting by prayer. Captain Pack addressed the people relative to our journey and the goodness of God that had attended us thus far, and the necessity of being faithful in all things, etc. I then spoke a short time upon the subject of salvation and our intentions in going to the valley to set up the kingdom of God and publish the gospel to the nations. The meeting was dismissed by Brother Pack. Monday, August 7th. This morning we began to move out at 9 o'clock. The roads were very dusty indeed, which made it bad traveling. In the afternoon we came in sight of Brother Kimball quarreled a little above him. Here we remained until the 1 LTH to get some blacksmithing done and also get some meat. Our hunters killed several buffaloes, but the wolves ate them before they were able to get them. Friday, August 11th. This morning we started about 8 o'clock. The day was pleasant. We crossed the North Fork of Platte River and camped about a mile above the ford, traveled about 12 miles. Saturday, August 12th. This morning we took up our line of march about 90-inch clock, traveled over a barren country, affording nothing much but wild sage. We camped near Mineral Lake, drove our cattle 3 miles to get grass. Today we traveled 12.5 miles. Sunday, August 13th. This morning the company was called together by Captain Pack to know their minds resolved to gone ahead today. The motion was made that we rest, the vote being unanimous to stop, excepting one in the negative. There was some dissatisfaction in the company because of the cattle, fearing that they would be poisoned with the alkali. A number of these persons did not belong to the church. Some said they would go at all hazards. They brought up their cattle, and some of them took sick. Therefore, they were willing to stop. 2 buffaloes came near to our camp. 2 men went out and killed them. They were good meat. The restlessness of the company prevented us from having meetings. Monday, August 14, 1848. This morning a sow, belonging to Mrs. Long, was dead. The wolves had torn the sow considerably. We started at 8 o'clock, traveled 16.5 miles, and camped at the Willow Springs. Tuesday, August 15th. This morning, we drove our cattle nearly 2 miles to feed. About 12 o'clock we began our march. Camped on Greasewood Creek, traveled 10 miles. Wednesday, August 16th. This morning we began our march about 9 o'clock. We passed several salarators lakes. These lakes are something strange. On some of them, there is alkali and salt petre, are from 4 to 6 inches thick. Some were dry and dusty, and others covered with water. We traveled about 10 miles and camped on the Sweetwater. Thursday, August 17, 1848. This morning we started about the usual time. Today we passed Independence Rock, which is a great curiosity, being immensely large. A number of names are written on it. We also passed the Devil's Gate, the river running through perpendicular rocks about 400 feet high. We traveled about 12 miles. Friday, August 18th. This morning we did not start until about 10 o'clock. An ox belonging to Brother Twitchell died in the night, and a number of our cattle were sick, caused by eating alkali which lay in great quantities all over the earth. The road were dry and dusty. We passed over a heavy sand bluff, traveled about 12 miles on a road which runs near the river. Saturday, August 19th. Today we moved about 5 miles and camped near the mouth of Bitter Cottonwood Creek on the bank of the Platte. Sunday, August 20th. This morning we found 3 of our cattle dead, 2 belonging to George A. Petty and to Brother Peck. In the afternoon an ox died belonging to my father, Samuel Burton. In the evening we had a meeting. A hymn was sung. Brother Pack opened by prayer, and I then addressed the people upon the first principles of the gospel, there being a number of persons present who did not belong to the church. The Spirit of the Lord rested upon me. Brother Pack spoke a short time, and several others made brief remarks. Monday, August 21st. A number of our cattle still continued to be sick. One of my oxen died in the afternoon, and one belonging to Brother S. Clark. We moved our camp about 1.5 miles. It was hard work for several of us to move at all, it being unexpected to lose so many of our cattle. But our trust is in God, who can cause all things to work together for the good of his people. Tuesday, August 22nd. Today we traveled about 6 miles. The weather was warm. An ox belonging to Petty was dead in the morning, and one of his cows died the same day. Wednesday, August 23rd. The camp was called together by Captain Pack to know what their minds were relative to going or stopping for 2 or 3 days to rest the sick cattle. The vote was unanimous to stop at the first good camping place. Captain Pack went ahead to find one. We traveled about 3 miles and then quarreled. Thursday, August 24th, 1848. Today some of our company went to hunt buffalo. I also went with them. We killed 6 buffaloes and 3 antelopes. An ox of Brother Brazier and one of Brother Petty's died. Friday, August 25th. This morning more of our cattle were dead. Brother S. Clark has lost 3. Brother M. Pack I and Brother I. Twitchell, 2. A part of the day was spent in taking care of our meat. Saturday, August 26th. This morning we started about 9 o'clock. Our teams were not sufficient to take our wagons far. Shortly after we started, we met a messenger from Brother Billings' company with a letter to inform us that some teams were coming to assist us. We camped at Ford number 4, having traveled about 7 miles. Sunday, August 27th. Today we had a meeting at 3 p.m. About 5 p.m. 20 yoke of cattle came to help us to Heber C. Kimball's camp. One of my oxen died very suddenly. Monday, August 28th. This morning some of our cattle strayed about 6 miles, which delayed us some time. We began to move at 10 o'clock, camped on the Sweetwater after having traveled 16 miles. This evening, Brother Robert came to our camp, have brought teams to Brother Kimball camp to help us up to President Young's camp. Tuesday, August 29th. This morning it was cool. We started about 8 o'clock and reached Brother Kimball's camp about noon. In the afternoon, our 3 wagons started for Brother Brigham's camp. Traveled about 5 miles. Wednesday, August 30th. This morning the weather was very cool. We started about our usual time and arrived at President Young's camp about 12 o'clock, noon. Here we remained until the 3rd of September. Sunday, September 3rd. Late in the afternoon we started, having got 2 yoke of oxen, one for Father and one for me, from Don Kimball, which enabled us to move on. Father lost one his oxen while we were at this place. We camped on the Sweetwater, having traveled 7 miles. Monday, September 4th. This morning we started about 8 o'clock and traveled in company with Brother Kimball. Today we passed through the South Pass of the Rocky Mountain. We camped about 7 miles from the Pacific Springs, traveled 16 miles. Tuesday, September 5th. Saturday, September 9th. This morning we began to roll on about 8 o'clock. The day was very warm and roads dusty. One of Father's oxen gave out, so we camped about 3 miles from Brother Kimball, having traveled 17 miles. Sunday, September 10th. Today we moved up to Brother Kimball's camp, 3 miles distant. About 4 p.m. there was meeting, opened by Brother Titus Billings. Elder Kimball rose and spoke some time upon the principles of receiving and exaltation in the kingdom of God, showing that it was a progressive work in eternity before we could attain to the fullness of the Godhead, and that but few would gain that point. He also said that as our faith increased, our trials would be greater, and many more things were said. Monday, September 11th. This morning we started at 9 o'clock. The day was warm, traveled about 14 miles. Tuesday, September 12th. This morning it rained. We therefore did not start until 10:30. We camped 2 miles from Fort Bridger, having traveled 16 miles. Wednesday, September 13th. This morning we began our march about 9 o'clock and passed Fort Bridger. This part of the country was much better than any for some distance, abundance of water and some grass. We camped 10 miles from the fort. Thursday, September 14th. This morning it snowed a little. We started about 9 o'clock. The country was hilly and broken, but the roads were good. We traveled 13 miles. This evening my stepmother was delivered of a daughter. Friday, September 15th. This morning we started about the usual time. The day was pleasant and warm. We crossed Bear River and camped on it, having traveled 9 miles. Saturday, September 16th. This morning we were delayed by some of our cattle straying. Number of the Snake Indians came to our camp at this place and appeared very friendly. This day we traveled about 8 miles and camped on Yellow Creek. Sunday, September 17th, 1848. This morning several companies started on their teams being weak. The company that traveled with Brother Kimball remained behind, excepting some few wagons. In the afternoon we had a meeting, which was opened by Caleb Baldwin. Bishop Whitney made some remarks, then Brother Kimball rose and gave us much good instruction upon various matters pertaining to life and salvation. The Spirit rested upon him, so that he prophesied concerning his posterity, that he should yet live to see them return to Zion, laden with many sheaves, even those that are yet unborn. Monday, September 18th. This morning we began our march about 80 clock, the weather being pleasant and warm. We passed over a high ridge and descended into a canyon, traveled 16 miles. Tuesday, September 19th. This morning we began our march about 8 o'clock. Our road continued down the river to Weber River. The scenery was romantic high mountain on each side of us. We camped on the Weber, having traveled about 15 miles. This day Brother Kimball's wagon broke down. Wednesday, September 20th. This morning we rolled out about 9 o'clock, crossed the Weber, and passed up a canyon East Fork, camped on Canyon Creek, having traveled 14 miles. Thursday, September 21st. This morning we started about 9 o'clock. Our road was up the creek very rough. We camped on the same creek. It rained last night. Friday, September 22nd. This morning we started about 9 o'clock. We began to ascend the highest mountain, Big Mountain, we had passed over on the route. We got along without difficulty or injury to anyone. We camped near the Willow Spring in a pleasant valley. This day we traveled about 12 miles. Saturday, September 23rd. This morning the weather was beautiful. We started about 8 o'clock and passed over another mountain, Little Mountain, into a canyon which led into the Great Salt Lake Valley. Before 12 o'clock it began to rain. A number of wagons broke down today in passing down this canyon. We camped in the canyon, having traveled 10 miles. Sunday, September 24, 1848. This morning was pleasant. We started about 9 o'clock and passed into the valley. We arrived at the Great Salt Lake City about 2 p.m. and were joyfully received. Brother Kimball's company was almost all together. We quarreled on City Creek. Hosea Stout records the conclusion of this journey by writing, September 24th, 1848. Warm fine day, but rained in the evening. Temple block 10 acres. Lat N. Side 445 feet 44 inches altitude 4,300 feet. Variation 15 degrees 47 minutes 23 seconds east. From winter quarters as PRW, Clayton's roadometer 1,031 miles. I was 130 days on the road. Thus ends this long and tedious journey from the land of our enemies, and I feel free and happy that I have escaped from their midst. But there is many a desolate and sandy plain to cross, many rude sage bed to break through, many a hill and hollow to tug over, and many a mountain and canyon to pass, and many frosty nights to endure in midsummer. Chapter 4. Settling the Valley. The journey was over, but the work had just begun. They quickly prepared for winter. They had arrived after the plague of the crickets and the miracle of the seagulls. As a result of this plague, the harvest of 1848 was not adequate for the needs of the saints. They were placed on rations and turned to the digging of sago roots and making greens from the thistles and weeds before spring arrived and they could plant some crops. Homes must also be obtained, and Elias found a one-room home for the 9 of them. It was 14 by 18 feet and was located in the middle. 4 doors north of the west gate. They stayed there for about 1 month and then sold this home to Hosea Stout for $40 the last of October 1848. At the conference on October 8, 1848, the rule had been adopted that the 4 officers, one of them being Elias, was authorized to take up all loose cattle and put into a stray pen, the owners to pay 50 cents for each animal put in, which was for our pay for doing the same. In the weeks following, so many cattle had been brought in that the rule was modified, and the judges were to decide it according to the justice of the case, only being bound by what was right and not law. Evidently, the fine was to be decided in part by the damage done by the stray animal. Elias was engaged in the work of stray penning, which had been part of his duties at winter quarters. On October 11, 1848, 3 young men brought in 10 horses which they had loosed and brought here for the purpose of getting pay for bringing in. This morning the owners came protesting they had been loosed, and after cross-questioning the men who brought them in, we made them confess it, and also had them go and acknowledge the same to President Rich, and let them go. I then went with Elias Gardner to the Jordan cow hunting. The Jordan is a beautiful stream running from the Utah to the Salt Lake. On November 11, 1848, President Young informed Elias that the council had met that day and concluded to stop the stray pen laws, and also had imposed a fine of $25 on any one of the council who divulged the same, as they wished to let the force of the law do all the good possible after it was repealed. This source of income was undoubtedly missed by the Gardners. Walter and Martha moved up to Non Canyon, in the vicinity of where Bountiful now stands, where they got out logs and built a house and stayed the winter of 1848. Elias' family may have been with them, though Martha doesn't mention it. She does mention that in the spring they moved to Salt Lake, where they built a house. Elias and Walter's homes were located on plots on Old 1st North between 3rd and 4th West. Now it would be 2nd North between 4th and 5th West. The winter passed with cold, snowy weather. On December 3rd, news from the states were read in which they learned that 5 candidates were running for president, one of which was Van Buren. They had a white Christmas that year. Time was spent cutting wood and finding something to do when the weather wouldn't permit doing much outside. By this time, of course, the war between the United States and Mexico had changed the ownership of the area in which the Mormons had settled. Moreover, the Nauvoo Legion was revived and Daniel H. Wells made commander. A currency system was established. There were a $1 and a 50-cent piece put into local circulation. The paper money bore the signature of Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, and Thomas Bullock. And a post office came into existence. Sunday, February 4.1849. Meeting was held on the warm side of the fort wall. President Young spoke, giving general instructions and advice. He also said that we need not to be afraid of starving, for there is plenty of provisions for all, and proposed for the people to appoint a committee to go around and make an estimate of all the provisions here, and let those who have a surplus impart to those who have not, and he will do the same. Also, as there are many who have beef to sell and will not take paper money, he told the butchers to go and kill fat cattle anyhow and pay the owners a fair price for it, that his cattle might be killed first, and then the rest could not murmur. He knew that the elders had many of them, acted like they had entirely kicked out of the harness and were now running perfectly free, but they would yet find that they were not only in the traces, but a man had hold of the lines who knew how to control them and see. In respect to dancing, he perfectly forbid having any more this season. How soon we forget God now we are delivered from our enemies, and how many now are trying to take the advantage of his brother. He also reproved the people for their wild career in dancing this winter, and that there was a difference in being in the kingdom of God on the earth and being in the church of J.C. of L.D.S. That in the kingdom of God on the earth all men had a right to and would be protected in his religion, be that what it would, and no man would be allowed to molest or abuse or ridicule anyone on account of his religion or manner of worship, and c. He spoke at considerable length, although it was a cold day. This was received with cheerfulness by most of the congregation, but all those who were disaffected or did intend to leave were not well pleased with his discourse. The next day, it was 10 below zero. Sunday, February 11th, 1849. It was a fine, pleasant day, clear, meeting as on last Sabbath. President Young spoke similar to his discourse last Sabbath, but did not reprimand quite so severe. His discourse was cheering. He was followed by P. Pratt. The amount of bread stuff in the valley as made out by the committee last week was announced at £0.75 to each person, with a small fraction over. The next item of interest to the people was the dividing of the community into 19 wards. Each ward contained 9 blocks, and a bishop was appointed over each ward. The 12th of March was their first political election, with 655 votes polled. Brigham Young was elected governor, with the bishops named the justices of the peace. With the coming of spring came the building of fences, planting of crops, and etc. Gold had been discovered in California, and, hence the saints, instead of being isolated as they had hoped, suddenly found themselves on a much-traveled highway. In June 1849, when they were in desperate straits for clothes and implements, a train of wagons, loaded with just the goods needed, stopped in Salt Lake City. Just then, as it happened, news came from the coast that goods were going thither by sea and therefore sold for less than was going overland, and that the whole country was being inflamed with the gold fever. The result was that the Mormons bought or traded for almost nothing whatever they needed. It was as if by a prearrangement. Tuesday, July 24th, 1849. The people were awakened early this morning by the fire of artillery soon after they began to gather to the Bowery. There was a numerous host both of emigrants and well as brethren. Each ward had prepared a table to themselves and a very large dinner for strangers, and all was prepared and enjoyed today, it being the first celebration of the kind ever held here. Many speeches were made by different ones in the course of the day. In a large degree, this Mormon commonwealth was ideal. It had no saloon, no grog shop, no bawdy house. Crime, too, was almost nil, particularly the heinous sort. It was a simple community. They furnished their own entertainment. They danced, held parties at one another's home. They even had an organized dramatic association, which presented plays on the board. The theater at this time was the Bowery. In the diary of Patty Sessions, Monday, 12 November 1849, called to Elias Gardner wife. Sunday 18. Put Betsy wife of Elias Gardner to bed with a son born I.P.M. This boy was named William K. Gardner and was born 18. January 5, 1850, Elias and Diantha had their first child, a little girl. When Diantha's girl was 5 days old, Betsy's son, 2 months old, died, January 10, 1850. In a mixture of joy and sorrow, Elias and Diantha named their little girl Betsy and Gardner. July 19, 1850, found Elias in court before ESQ Far. It was E. Gardner versus a lot of immigrants. Damage and trespass. Case was compromised. Explorations of the surrounding valleys commenced as soon as the pioneers entered the Salt Lake Valley. One of the first calls was to Payson, or as it was called then, Petite Neat. The first settlers of the new colony at Petite Neat were 16 in number. Volunteers were asked to join the company at Petite Neat, and in response others joined them. Others included Elias and his family. They left, December 11, 1850, from Salt Lake City. They were organized in the conventional Mormon pattern of 2 groups of 50 wagons, each with a captain, and subdivided in 5 groups of 10 under other captains. In the company were 101 wagons and carriages, 119 men over 14 years of age, 30 women, 18 children under 14 years of age, plus a large number of oxen, cows, goats, horses, and chickens. They stopped at Provo on December 15, 1850, where they held their first general meeting around a campfire. Their president, George A. Smith, addressed them from the running gears of an old wagon. Later, President Smith, together with his clerk, John D. Lee, and the camp historian, Henry Lunt, set out for Fort Petite Neat. They rode ahead of the others in Lee's buggy, making good time. But the roads were so swampy that the wagons took 4 days to cover the ground, which the buggy passed over easily in 1 day. The distance was later measured at about 18 miles. To add to the difficulties, it turned cold on the second morning, and for the next 2 days the snow fell steadily. The teamsters with their overloaded wagons struggled through the mud, and after another, became hopelessly stuck. Outfits were abandoned until some of the leaders came back, unloaded the wagons entirely, and by means of shovels and extra teams were able to extricate them. Nor were things about to get better, for Petite Neat was the last settlement south. From this point, they must make their own road, for the old Spanish trail, poorly marked in summer, was now erased in the snow. As the teamsters labored in the muck and snow, Elder Smith and his companions were at the Pace home at Petite Neat writing reports, petitions, letters, and a history of their journey to this point. Sermons were heard on being rebaptized, sacrament, good education, and tilling the ground. But of all the business taken care of at the Pace cabin that day, December 20th, 1850, the organization of a branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was of greatest importance to those who were the residents of the settlement. James Pace presided at the meeting. Elder George A. Smith opened with prayer, after which he moved that James Pace be appointed president of the settlement. The motion was seconded by Elder Pace. The vote carried. Joseph Curtis writes, December 21st, E. Gardner came with the company stopped here Sunday morning. December 22nd, the company left. December 30th, Sund. President chose James McClellan and Elias Gardner as counselors. As mentioned above, President Pace chose James McClellan and Elias Gardner as his counselors. Gardner and family had come into the fort with Elder Smith, expecting to go on south with them. However, he had been advised to. He also advised that we pay particular attention to the education of the children, that the fort be picketed, and that each man should take a small piece of land, fence it, and till it well. At the close of the meeting, names of all those present were recorded, with Elias and his family being named. The settlers quickly called a meeting and put into action the advice and direction of Elder Smith. Elias Gardner broke the frost the next morning and began his fence, said Joseph Curtis in his journal. The fence was to be higher than a man could reach. Then, as every man had an equal portion and went right to work, the job was soon finished. This fort enclosed about an acre of land lying on both. Multiplication tables were learned by singing them to tunes such as Yankee Doodle. Some of the facts of geography were also learned through song. By this method the name of the state was sung, followed by the name of the capital and its location as follows: State of Maine, Augusta, on the Kennebec River; New Hampshire, Concord, on the Merriman River, and so on. Spelling matches were popular. The schools were not graded. Student LS advanced from the first through the fifth reader according to their abilities. The fifth reader was as high as they could go. On July 14, 1851, Betsy and Elias had their first daughter and last child. She was given the name of Violet Gardner. This daughter brought a lot of joy to Betsy as the years went by. Ruth Markham Abbott, a sister of Betsy, with her husband Joshua, had been reunited with Ellen in Salt Lake. They moved to a plot of ground on the old 4th North between West Temple and East Temple. Some accounts have said that Joshua became offended over a land dispute with the church and left. Ruth, in a statement in her declaration for a widow pension, writes, Joshua went to California in the spring of 1849. She presumed he was dead. Ruth in 1851 was living in Davis County next door to Stephen Markham and evidently taking in boarders. There is a James and Ruth Abbott listed in Salt Lake, but it is either another family or the information was given by someone else, as it is mostly incorrect. In 1852, 3 years after Joshua left, Ruth was having a struggle caring for her 2 daughters, and she expressed these feelings to Betsy in a letter. This letter was discussed in the Gardner household, with Betsy encouraging Elias to marry Ruth and have them come to Payson and live with them. For a glimpse of how Elias viewed polygamy, the following quote comes from instruction that he gave to his son-in-law on the subject. It is a call to religious duty. It is not to be accepted as a pleasure. The purpose of plural marriage is not earth happiness, but earth discipline. Polygamy is a holy thing. It is a means whereby a man might inherit a higher degree of glory in the next life. The ideology of the doctrine is to raise a large number of children who will be faithful to the teachings of the church. You're a good man, and it is your obligation to make it possible for as many worthy spirits to take advantage of our religious teachings as you can. Elias knew of his mother's struggle and what it was like to be deserted by a father. He also had watched his grandmother in the years after she had become a widow. Viewing the commandment of polygamy as before explained, it was decided that not only should he ask Ruth to marry him, but Ellen as well. This was discussed with Betsy and Diantha, and the letter was written. According to one story, when Betsy's letter came suggesting that Ruth marry Elias, she thought it the only way out, but when he wanted to marry Ellen too, she almost backed out. She finally agreed to marry him, but she would never live with him as a wife as long as he was married to her daughter. She couldn't stand the thoughts of sleeping with her daughter's husband. This letter was undoubtedly given much consideration. What a decision. This was a big step, and a great amount of prayer would have been given. Ruth and Elias had been friends for a long time. She knew him to be a good man. Should she marry again? What if Joshua should return? Ruth also had a testimony of following the commandments and obeying the prophet. Should she enter polygamy? Should she let Ellen? Ellen and her discussed the matter. Ellen had lived in Elias' home for a couple of years as they spent the winter in winter quarters and crossing the plains. She also had great respect for him. This was not an easy decision. Yes, much contemplation, weighing the matter, praying, and then at last the peace of an answer and a decision made. It was right. So it was agreed, and Ruth was told by Elias that she never again would be without a roof over her head. Never again would she have to worry about being taken care of. If she had some misgivings of actually sleeping with Elias, she would have been readily assured that she did not have to live with him as a wife. He was concerned only with her welfare, and he would care for her as long as he was able. Elias, it seems, had a great respect for women and their needs. So it was that the journey was made to Salt Lake City. Elias and etc. stayed at the home of Hosea Stout on Sunday, the 8th of February, 1852. A good visit with old friends was shared again. The next day was spent at the endowment house. Elias spent some time officiating for the men that day, and Ruth and Ellen received their endowments. Betsy and Elias had received their endowments in Nauvoo previously. The endowment house record reads, The Endowment House Sealing of Husband and Wife Records. Number 298, February 9, 1852. Elias Gardner, B2, April 1807, 45. Sealed by President Brigham Young in President's office at 6:15 p.m. Ruth Markham, B20 Dec 1810, 42. Ellen Elizabeth Abbott, B. West Brockford, New York, April 13, 1837. Note: In 1852, the endowment house was ready for endowment ordinance, but it was not until 1855 for sealings. Ruth's name was listed before her daughters, so she was considered the fifth wife and Elizabeth the sixth wife. Elias, age 45, Ruth 42, and Ellen nearly 16 were sealed together for eternity. Ruth's belongings were gathered up, and with Emily at their side, they journeyed to Payson with new hope and determination. Joseph Curtis writes, February 22, 1852. E. Gardner with others met with Press Young in Salt Lake City in regards to disfellowship of one of the members. Case was settled. Whether Elias made 2 trips or one in February is not clear. All this may have transpired in the same trip, and it was the 22nd before Joseph Curtis received word of it. It may have been the calling of this meeting that set the day for his marriage to Ruth and Ellen. Conference was moved up this year for a special purpose, and there was a feeling of anticipation and excitement as about 2,000 elders of the church gathered. Elias was there. On August 28, 1852, a special conference of the elders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints assembled in the Tabernacle, Great Salt Lake City, 10 o'clock a.m., pursuant to public notice. President Kimball presented the business of this conference in the following speech. We have come together today, according to previous appointment, to hold a special conference to transact business, a month earlier than usual, inasmuch as there are elders to be selected to go to the nations of the earth, and they want an earlier start than formerly. There will probably be elders chosen to go to the 4 quarters of the globe to transact business, preach the gospel, etc. If a man, inasmuch as he is an elder, has a desire in his heart to preach the gospel, he it is that is called to preach the gospel. They were instructed that the nations were ready for more missionaries, and the doors were now opened. I say to those who are elected to go on missions, go. If you never return, and commit what you have into the hands of God, your wives, your children, your brethren, and your property. Let truth and righteousness be your motto, and don't go into the world for anything else but to preach the gospel, build up the kingdom of God, and gather his sheep into the fold. George A. Smith then spoke. When men refuse to fulfill their callings and magnify them in the proclamation of the fullness of the gospel to the nations of the earth, they certainly lay the foundation for the missions we will call for during this conference, are generally not to be very long ones. Probably from 3 to 7 years will be as long as any man will be absent from his family. If any of the elders refuse to go, they may expect that their wives will not live with them, for there is not a Mormon sister who would live with a man a day who would refuse to go on a mission. Elder J. Taylor remarked, those who have to go out have to put their noses to the grindstone and keep it there. Let them grind at it and not murmur a word. For you know I see is a sin in the religious world to get angry. You need not attempt to go without faith in God, and you will have need of all the wisdom and intelligence you can command. If you go into those countries, you will find as warm-hearted people as you will find anywhere. Elder Ezra T. Benson said, let God do as he pleases, and call whom he pleases, and send whom he pleases abroad, and tell whom he pleases to remain at home. It is all the keeping of his commandments, and one station is as honorable as the other. If a man is told to tarry at home, he is as honorable as that messenger who is going to the nations of the earth. I can feel sensibly that there has been an increase of union and faith among the people here since I left here last fall. It is either in me or in you. A voice in the stand, it is in both. It is in both, Brother Brigham says. Let this union and this faith continue to increase until we are brought into the presence of our God, and Kai's be the happy lot of us all. Amen. President Brigham Young then remarked, I do not fear all the devils in hell or all the mobs that could be raised, but if I have any fear, it is upon the ground that the people and their blessings should. A few words to the elders of Israel with regard to the building up of the forget the Lord their God. Kingdom of God. Suppose every man who has wanted to go out to preach, and almost every elder has wanted to go. Suppose they had all gone 6 years ago last fall, and left Nauvoo entirely destitute of elders, and attended diligently to preaching, up Elo this time. Would there have been a place prepared for the gathering of the saints from all the world? No, there would have been no place for the elders to gather them to. Now it is just as necessary for us to come to these valleys and build houses, make fences, erect schoolhouses, rear up places of worship, and prepare for the gathering of Israel, as it is to go and preach to Israel. The one is just as honorable and acceptable in the sight of God as the other. Those who are selected to remain home receive as chose who are selected to go abroad. I wish to say to this congregation, and I wish them to say to the families of the brethren who are not here today, and I would like all the inhabitants of these valleys to hear it. When our brethren who are on the plains come with their families into this city or any of the settlements of the latter-day saints, ponder it over in your minds, and place yourselves in the situation of a pilgrim traveling across the plains, and after a hard and fatiguing summer's work. Now we have got home, imagine yourselves at the doors of your brethren who have plenty. Here are their gardens groaning with abundance of the products of the earth, with potatoes, beets, and cabbage. Here is milk and butter, and fine flour in great quantities. What would you wish them, brethren, to do to you? You would wish them to say, "Come, brother or sister, into my garden, and help yourself?" And if they say, "Brother, how shall I pay you for what I get?" then you cannot hear that, for it is something that is altogether out of the question. The Lord gave it to me. Now come and help me to eat it. That due to the emigrant saints, every one of. As the conference went on, President Young gave the following. I do not wish to detain the congregation longer this morning. Brother Kimball set before you the object of the meeting, and I have hinted at it. We will now read over a few names that we have selected. May the Lord God of Israel bless you. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. The clerk read 98 names of individuals who had been proposed to foreign missions. After the conference was adjourned, the elders were then appointed to their several missions. Elias Gardner's name wagged among the 37 elders who were going to England. What thoughts raced through Elias' head that day as he heard his name called? Joy. He had always wanted to serve a mission. Concern. What about his Diantha, expecting another child? He had just married Ellen and Ruth 6 months before, assuring them that he would take care of their needs. A million details to be taken care of. Elder Pratt spoke. What would be the best thing, then, for these elders who are going forth? As a general thing, I would say to them, if you have any cash, leave it with your wives and children to comfort their hearts, to support them in your absence, and be a blessing to them. The Lord will always provide some way to get along, and the faithful servant of God has nothing to fear, only his own weakness and his own imperfections and follies. These are the things that he had need to fear the most. If an elder gets unfaithful when he is abroad, he is sometimes apt to get into straight places. But if he is diligent in prayer, in doing the work of the Lord, striving in faith to live humbly before him, setting a proper example before his brethren and the people among whom he labors, he will find that the Lord will bear him off. Other elders spoke, and then President Young concluded, I wish to say to you that are left here, whose husbands and fathers are going away for a season, don't cling to them one particle, but let them go as cheerfully as you would give a weary traveler a cup of cold water. Then you wives in very deed will be blessed, and be helpmeets to your husbands. But if a wife should yet cling around a husband's neck and say, Oh, how I love you, dear husband, and keep him in her embraces, that woman is a dead weight to that man and not an help to him. Women should be loyal to the cause of God, and help to build up his kingdom by their husbands, in assisting them to fulfill their missions, and if they do not do it, they are not a helpmate to their husbands. Let the brethren go and say, I will keep my eyes straight before me on the object of my mission, and not look behind me to my family. But I will accomplish my mission, and when I have done, it is all right. I am willing to go home, if the Lord wills me to do so. Elias was set apart at this conference and instructed to be back in Salt Lake on the 15th of September and ready to go. He went immediately to preparing, for there was no time to lose. James Pace of Payson was also called to go. Sarah Diantha was born September 9th, 1852, just 2 weeks after her father had received his call and just a few days before he was to leave. The Lord had blessed them that this baby should be born before he left. Elias and his family spent many hours discussing plans, instructions, fears, and their faith. They had made their commitments long ago. Here was a call from the Lord, and they would all work together and fulfill this commandment as well. Heber Kimball had said that the greater the faith, the greater the trial. Elias was appointed to labor in the Newcastle and Tyne Conference under President Elder Thomas Squires in England. Joseph Curtis tells of this event as follows. August 25, 1852. At a conference of elders convened in the Tabernacle GSL City, James Pace and Elias Gardner were appointed on a mission to England. September. I assisted in hauling together Brother Pace's wheat, also in fixing Brother Gardner's house. The community had come out to assist these men in preparing for their missions and seeing that all that could be done for the families were done before they left. Elias was leaving a family consisting of 4 wives and 6 children. Diantha was not yet very strong. Blessings and prayers were pronounced, and with sad goodbyes, yet determination, Elias and his family parted. There was no whimpering, and each had sent him on his way with their prayers and their blessings. Chapter 5. Missionary Journeys. A company of elders bound for Europe left GSL City September 14, 1852. Other elders followed the following day, and some of them still later. From the private journal of Elder John Van Cott, one of the company, Elias and his travels are recorded. Wednesday, September 15, 1852. I left my home in Great Salt Lake City at 10 a.m. on a mission to England, agreeable to appointment made at a special conference held in the Tabernacle August 28 and 29, 1852. We camped for the night about 12 miles from the city. Elias would have had to leave Payson a day or two earlier to be in GSL to leave with the rest. Thursday, September 16th. We left camp at 8 o'clock a.m., passed over the Big Mountain and down East Canyon Creek about 1 mile, and camped for the night, in order that some of our brethren who were behind might come up. During this time we organized the company for traveling in the following order, to wit: 1 captain, 2 counselors, 1 chaplain, 1 sergeant of guard, 1 trumpeter, and 1 clerk. Friday, September 17th. We broke up camp at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled about 10 miles, and camped for the night. Some of the brethren who were behind came up during our stay at this camp. Saturday, September 18th. We resumed the journey at 8 o'clock a.m., crossed the Weber River, traveled up Echo Canyon about 2 miles, and camped for the night. Sunday, September 19th. It being assembled for worship about 10 o'clock a.m., several revelations were read and explained in a very interesting and instructive manner by Elder Orson Pratt. Monday, September 20th. We continued the journey at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled to Yellow Creek, and camped for the night. Tuesday, September 21st. Left camp about 8 o'clock a.m., traveled to Soda Springs, and camped for the night. Wednesday, September 22nd. We continued the journey at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled 31 miles, and camped on Black's Fork. Thursday, September 23rd. Owing to the rain and snow which fell during the past night, we did not leave camp until 10 o'clock a.m. We traveled slowly and camped on Hams Fork. Friday, September 24th. We resumed the journey about 8 o'clock a.m., crossed Green River, and traveled as far as Big Sandy and camped for the night. Saturday, September 25th. We left camp about 8 o'clock a.m., traveled up the Big Sandy about 25 miles and camped. Sunday, September 26th. We held worship in the forenoon and resumed the journey at 8 o'clock p.m., traveled until 9:30 p.m., and camped 4 miles west of Pacific Springs. Monday, September 27th. We broke up camp about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled over the dividing ridge between the waters of the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico, and camped about 4 miles down Sweetwater. Tuesday, September 28th. We continued the journey at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled over Rocky Ridge and down Sweetwater about 30 miles and camped. Wednesday, September 29th. We resumed the journey as usual at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled 21 miles, and camped on Sweetwater, where feed was scarce. From the diary of William A. Ympy. Started on journey to Europe to preach the gospel, September 15th, 1852. Saturday the 29th. We started from the Bluffs and traveled to Spring Creek, distance 35 miles. Camped for the night. We traveled till 8 o'clock at night. The prairie grass was all burned up, so we was obliged to travel on, etc. Many of the teams giving out, etc. Some of them did not come till morning. We overtook Elias Gardner, Aaron Farr, James Pace, Charles Harper, Levi Ryder, B.R. Mitchell and Buck Lane, and some others on Spring Creek. They started again about 3 o'clock in the morning, and the rest of the company waited till all the brethren came up and then started. The Diary of Elder Van Cott continued. Thursday, September 30th. Resumed the journey at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled down Sweetwater, and camped for the night 6 miles west of Devil's Gate. Friday, October. We left camp about 8 o'clock a.m., past Independence Rock about noon, traveled about 27 miles, and camped for the night. It rained about 2 hours during the day. Saturday, October 2. When W.C. Arask in the morning, the snow was about 2 inches deep. We resumed our journey at daylight without eating breakfast. The roads were quite muddy. We traveled about 24 miles and camped on the Platte. Sunday, October 3rd. We remained in camp all day and met for worship at 10 o'clock a.m., having an interesting time. Monday, October 4th. We broke up camp about 7 o'clock a.m. and traveled down the Platte River about 12 miles. We then crossed the river. Here we met Mr. Ferris, the secretary, on his way to Utah. After traveling 12 miles further, we camped for the night. Tuesday, October 5th. We left camp about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled to a point about 9 miles east of Deer Creek, and camped on a creek on the Black Hills called. Wednesday, October 6th. We continued the journey about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled 26 miles, and camped for the night. Thursday, October 7th. We left camp about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled over a fine road 32 miles, and camped on Wood Creek. Friday, October 8th. We resumed the journey about 8 o'clock a.m., traveled about 23 miles, and camped on the Platte River, about 5 miles from Fort Laramie. Saturday, October 9th. We left camp about 7 o'clock a.m., called at Fort Laramie, purchased some necessaries, and traveled on 4 miles east of the fort, on the south side of the Platte, and camped for the night. Sunday, October I.O. Though it was Sunday, we concluded in as much as the weather and roads were good to travel, and therefore left camp about 8 o'clock a.m. We traveled about 30 miles and camped for the night 6 miles west of Scotts Bluffs. Monday, October 11th. In the morning the ground was covered with snow, but the sun coming out bright about 10 a.m., the snow soon disappeared. We resumed our journey about 1 o'clock p.m., traveled 10 miles east of Scotts Bluffs, and camped for the night. Tuesday, October 12th. We continued the journey about 9 a.m., traveled 28 miles, and camped for the night. Wednesday, October 13th. Breaking up camp at 7 o'clock a.m., we traveled 26 miles and camped. While Elias was out on the plains, the following appeared. A special conference of the elders was held at the Tabernacle on the 28th and 29th of August, which was fully attended, and a most animating spirit prevailed, when many elders were selected and set apart for their various missions as follows. To Europe, Elias Gardner, who was set apart on August 29, 1852. About 74 of those elders whose missions were to the eastern continent and some of the British provinces left about the 15th of September, journeying by way of South Pass and Missouri River, accompanied by Elder Orson Pratt, of the Quorum of the 12, who was appointed at the same conference on a mission to Washington City, and to preside over the saints in the United States and the British provinces in North America. As the saints were reading this notice, the missionaries were wending their way towards their destinations. Thursday, October 14th. We left camp at 7 o'clock a.m., traveled about 25 miles, and camped near Ash Hollow. During the day, we saw thousands of buffaloes. Friday, October 15th. We continued the journey about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled over the hills to the South Fork of the Platte, and crossed it. Traveled down the stream about 10 miles and camped. Saturday, October 16th. We remained in camp in order to kill some buffaloes, as there were tens of thousands of these animals in this region. We succeeded in doing as we anticipated, for we killed as many as could make use of. This night we had a stampede between 10 and 11 o'clock. Our horses became frightened in consequence of a strange horse coming near, having saddle, bridle, 2 blankets, a tin cup, a powder horn, etc., attached to it. The horses broke through the guard, and we did not recover them, all short of about 8 miles. The animals frightened twice before morning, but we recovered them again each time and did not sustain any loss. On the contrary, we gained the before-mentioned horse and what was attached to it. We could not find any owner for it. Sunday, October 17th. We left camp about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled about 15 miles, and camped for the night. It being Sunday, we met in the after part of the day and listened to an interesting discourse from Orson Pratt on the subject of the Holy Spirit and God the Eternal Father. This night we had another stampede. Our horses ran about 2 miles, but were soon recovered. No harm was done except that the hair rubbed off and the skin chafed from the legs of those animals that were tied head and foot. Monday, October 18th. We left camp at 8 o'clock a.m., traveled about 20 miles, and camped. Tuesday, October 19th. We left camp about 7:30 a.m., traveled 28 miles, and camped. This evening it was agreed that we would travel on a walk, as some of the animals had begun to fail. Wednesday, October 20th. We resumed the journey about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled 22 miles, and camped. Thursday, October 21st. We broke up camp about 7 a.m., traveled 20 miles, and camped. Friday, October 22nd. We continued our journey at 7 a.m., traveled 20 miles, and camped. Saturday, October 23rd. We left camp at 7:30 a.m. and arrived at Fort Kearny about 2 a.m. Here we stayed about 4 hours and obtained supplies. We then traveled on 5 miles further and camped. Sunday, October 24th. We resumed our journey about 7 o'clock a.m., traveled 25 miles, and camped on the banks of the Platte River. We had prepared supper and were about to eat it, when we discovered that the prairie was on fire, and it came toward us with a speed as fast as the wind could drive it, the flames flashing 20 feet high. We immediately set our wagons close to the river bank, the road being close by. We commenced setting back fires along the entire length of our line of wagons, and put out the fire nearest the wagons with water as the only means of safety. We drove our animals into the river onto an island. Throughout the whole, we did not sustain any loss. Monday, October 25th. Owing to the rainy weather, we did not leave camp until 2 p.m., and then only traveled 2.5 miles before we camped again. Tuesday, October 26th. We left camp at 7:30 a.m., traveled about 17 miles, and camped where the feed was good. The road over which we traveled during the day was sandy. Wednesday, October 27th. We resumed our journey about 7 a.m., past about 2,000 friendly Pawnee Indians who were on a march to the buffalo country. We traveled during the day about 24 miles and camped. Thursday, October 28th. We left camp at 7 a.m. and traveled 12 miles and camped in consequence of a snowstorm, which made very disagreeable traveling. Friday, October 29th. We continued the journey about 8 a.m., traveled 18 miles, left the river bottom about 3 p.m., and camped for the night on the hills. Saturday, October 30th. We resumed the journey about 7 a.m. and traveled over a divide, the road being very circuitous and somewhat hilly as well as muddy. We traveled 33 miles and camped at 8 p.m., near a ravine, the banks of which were very steep. Water at this camping place was very scarce. Sunday, October 31st. We left camp at 8 a.m., traveled 25 miles, and camped 10 miles east of Salt Creek. Monday, November. We left camp at 4 a.m., passed the road leading to Kearny at 10 a.m., and camped within 14 miles of the Missouri River. Tuesday, November 2nd. We resumed the journey at 4 a.m., arrived at the Missouri River at 9 a.m., crossed the river, and camped 1 mile further on. We held a very interesting meeting in the evening at which many prophecies were uttered and the Spirit of God was made manifest. Here the company broke up, as we from now on had to travel according to our several interests. Wednesday, November 3. I with others left camp at 9 a.m. for Canesville, where we arrived at 3 p.m. The roads were very muddy. We put up our team at Brother Johnson's and I stayed overnight with William Pratt. The following 2 days were stormy, and we remained at Canesville. Saturday, November 6th. The rain subsided and a frost set in. I stayed most of the time with Sister Van Alstyne, who treated me very kindly. We left Canesville about 2 p.m. and drove out of town about 3 miles on the road leading to Fort Des Moines. We stopped overnight at Brothers Wilson's, who received us kindly, keeping us free of charge. Sunday, November 7th. We resumed the journey at 7:30 a.m., traveled 32 miles, and camped in a grove. The roads today were very good, considering the late rain. Monday, November 8th. We left camp at 6 a.m., traveled 35 miles, and passed an Indian town about 10 a.m. We camped for the night in a grove near Coon Creek. Tuesday, November 9th. We left camp at 6 a.m., traveled 39 miles over good roads, and camped on the open prairie. Wednesday, NOVIO. We continued the journey about 6 a.m., passed Winterseed about 10 a.m., traveled 33 miles over poor roads, and camped. Considerable snow fell during the day. Thursday, NOV2. Snow continued to fall till about noon, when it was 8 or 10 inches deep on the ground. In consequence of the snowstorm, we remained in camp all day. Friday, November 12th. We left camp about 9 a.m., traveled 18 miles to Indian Knoll, and put up at a public house in order to get our horses shod. The roads were very heavy. Saturday, November 13th. We continued the journey about 9 a.m., traveled 28 miles, and came 23 miles west of Knoxville. We encountered plenty of snow and cold wintry weather. Sunday, November 14th. We left camp at 7 a.m., traveled 22 miles, and camped 4 miles below Tallisford on the Des Moines River. Monday, November 15th. We resumed the journey at 7 a.m., traveled 21 miles, and camped 3 miles west of Autumna. This night we had an addition of several inches of snow. Tuesday, November 16th. We continued the journey at 7 a.m. and traveled over bad roads, while the weather was quite severe, 25 miles, and put up at a public house 1 mile west of Libertyville. Friday, November 19th. We left camp at 9 a.m., traveled 21 miles, and put up at a public house. Saturday, November 20th. We resumed our journey about 7 a.m., traveled toward Montrose on the Mississippi River, and put up at a private house when within 4 miles of Montrose too. Behold the once beautiful city of Nauvoo now in a state of desolation. All we saw left of the temple was the west wall, a part of which was standing. The sight caused me to reflect upon the many labors and toilsome hours which my brethren had spent in the days gone by to make the place beautiful. Sunday, November 21st. We had an introduction to Brother and Sister Bowen, who received me kindly and administered to my comfort, which made me rejoice. Brother Bowen purchased our team, which enabled me to continue my journey. Monday, November 22nd. Brother Bowen took his horses and sleigh and carried me to Keokuk, where I arrived about 10 a.m. I left that place about 3 a.m. on board the steamboat Regulator for St. Louis, Missouri. There was considerable floating ice in the river. We arrived in St. Louis November 22nd at 10 a.m. and left the same day at 4 p.m. for Cincinnati, Ohio, on board the mail packet boat, Pike, which proved to be a very fast-going vessel. We arrived on Cincinnati on the morning of November 26th and left that city again at 7 a.m. with the express train for Buffalo, New York, where we arrived on the morning of the 27th. We left immediately on board another express train bound for Albany, New York. I left the train at Chittenango at 2 p.m. While Elder Van Cott left to visit his family before boarding the ship in Boston, Elias also visited his family in Lee and vicinity in Massachusetts. It is known that Elias visited his daughter, Harriet, while he was on his mission, and this seems to be the most likely time. It must have been a great joy to him to see his home again after almost 20 years. The road to Tyringham and the beautiful surroundings, the beautiful white church in Lee, Big Bear Mountain, his home, all was there. Perhaps he too visited the graves of those he had lost. In the South Lee Cemetery was Harriet's grave. How much had happened since their days together. It was such a long time ago, and yet just yesterday when he had held her in his arms. He visited his daughter, Harriet, who was just a young child when he had left Massachusetts. Now here she was a grown woman, married to Harvey Granger. Harriet and Harvey owned a great deal of property in West Stockbridge, Berkshire, Massachusetts. Harvey was a harness maker. In the 1850 census, a little girl of 3 named Emma S. Granger is listed. She is not listed in the 1860 census. No other information could be found as to birth, death, etc. Elias visited with other friends at this time also and other family members. He talked to them of the gospel, but it was to no avail. They did not wish to hear about or join the church. It was good to visit his home again, though, yet there were many changes. All but the landscape, it was still just as beautiful as he had remembered it. Then, leaving the past behind, he left for Boston and onto his mission in England, never to return again. Elias had very little money, but was a man of great faith, depending on and believing in prayers being answered by our Heavenly Father if he asked in faith. He was inspired to get money for his fare to England from a lady who was a total stranger. He visited this lady, telling her what he had come for. She looked him over, asking him if he was a praying man. He told her he was, and she said, "Kneel down and let me hear you pray." He did as requested, and she was convinced he should have the money. Going to a big trunk, she took the money, which was well hidden, and handed it to him, saying, "I have been saving this for you." Brother Van Cott tells of their journey across the ocean. We touched at Halifax, Nova Scotia, and arrived in Liverpool at 10 a.m. on the 20th of December. We had what might be considered a rough passage. I was quite seasick for several days, and having no appetite to eat, I became quite weak. We were detained several hours after our arrival at Liverpool on board the ship in order to give the custom house officers an opportunity to discharge their duties. From the ship, we went to number 15 Wilton Street, where we had the pleasure of seeing Samuel W. Richards, president of the British Mission, and also several English brethren to whom we were introduced. Likewise, we met several American elders. The British Mission History Records. December 20th, 1852, Monday. Elders Orson Spencer on a mission to Prussia, Daniel Spencer, John Van Cott, and Elias Gardner, from Salt Lake City, landed in Liverpool as missionaries from America. Speaking of their arrival, the Millennial Star says, "These brethren sailed from Boston, had rather a rough voyage, but nevertheless appear in excellent health and spirits. They are the first of the band of elders appointed on missions from Great Salt Lake City last August, and have accomplished a land and sea journey near several thousand miles in about 3 months, being 1/3 longer than the males usually perform the journey in." January 1853. Saturday 1. When in train to Newcastle, saw Brother Elias Gardner, got several letters, and met with the saints in the capacity of a soiree, where we enjoyed ourselves until after 10 p.m. We were entertained by a variety of songs, speeches, and etc. £1, 16 pence, was saved by it, and given to me to purchase a present for Sister Harmon. Thus the old year passed while was cheerful and happy, and the New Year's panoramic era commenced, which is destined to work a wonderful change with my situation. I am sanguine in the expectation of making my exit from the island of tyranny and darkness to the home of the saints beyond the mountains of Ephraim, and to my own family and home. Sunday 2. Met with the saints at 10 a.m. and heard Elder McGee preach on the subject of eternal punishment. Went in train to Sunderland with Elias Gardner. Met with the saints at 2 p.m., spoke a short time, and notified the people that Elder Gardner would speak in the evening. A fine congregation assembled. The meeting was opened, and Brother Gardner opened a beautiful subject and was proceeding along finely, when suddenly stopped, turned around to me, and said, "I am done for this time. Amen." I then arose and continued on the subject for about 1 hour, a very attentive congregation. Saturday 15. Went in train to Sunderland. This morning it snowed, and nearly covered the ground, but before 10 o'clock I could not see any. I met with the Sunderland Council at night, was favored with the company of Elders Seacrest, Gardner, and Squares. We transacted considerable business, among which was the raising of money for me to emigrate with. After a little discussion, they agreed to make 2 collections for me on Sunday following, and c. January 15th, 1853, Elder Elias Gardner was appointed to labor in the Newcastle-on-Tyne Conference, in the presidency of Elder Thomas Squires. Elias was made president over the southern half of the Newcastle-upon-Tyne Conference. On that same Saturday, Elias met, and in Martha English. The record reads, Martha English was baptized by Elder E. Gillies in Hendon Bay, or in the sea at Sunderland on January 14th. 1853, was confirmed on Sabbath afternoon the 16th in the Phoenix Lodge, Queen Street, Sunderland, under the hands of Elders Harmon, Squires, and Secrist. Residence 37, Brougham Street, Bishop Wearmouth. And English, daughter of the above, born September 24th, 1837, at South Shields Company. Durham was baptized by the same parties and at the same time with her mother and resides with her. Brother Harmon wrote, Sunday 16. Met with and spoke in turn with Elder Gardner, Seacrest, and Squares to the Saints, and we had a good feeling existing all day. 3 meetings and 2 collections and a full house at night. Got a notification to be in Liverpool ready to embark for New Orleans on the ship Golconda on the 22 inst. I returned an answer that I would be ready at that time. While Elias was performing his missionary assignments, things at home were not well. Joseph Curtis writes, July 18, 1953. At work on the adobe yard, mixed mud with oxen dark, heard a gun. Oh Lord, it was the fatal shot to Alexander Keel by an Indian. He died instantly. Greet stir here in town this evening night. July 19th. Other men were wounded. Thus it was that the Walker War began that caused many trials for Elias' family. Saturday, December 10th, 1853. The semi-annual Newcastle upon Tyne Conference was held in the Freemason Hall, Queen Street, Sunderland, on this and the following day. Elder Daniel Spencer, counselor to the President of the British Mission, Chauncey C. Webb, pastor of the Hull, Carlisle, and Newcastle Conference. President Thomas Squires, President of the Newcastle upon Tyne Conference. Elias Gardner, President of the Southern District. Thomas Smith, President of the Northern District. Elders Merrill, Clough, Phelps, and Hodgen, traveling elders, were in attendance. President Thomas Squires stated the business of the conference. A number of branches were reported by their presidents. The statistical report shows that there were 20 branches, 684 members, 570s, 81 elders, 53 priests, 37 teachers, and 20 deacons. The report showed the conference in good standing. The visiting elders delivered discourses upon the gospel principles. Elias made many friends, so many that when he met with the saints he would go down the aisle shaking hands on both sides, the people leaving money in his hands. The next day he would go and distribute the money among those that needed it most. This he did time and time again. During the months following their baptism, and in her mother, Martha, continued to study the gospel and attend their meetings. Elias continued with his missionary labors wherever it led him. Elias would visit this family often in the course of his missionary duties, as did the other elders. Often the missionaries would stay in their home, and Elias learned to appreciate the delicious seafood dinners that he loved, and that Martha was so adept at preparing. William Impey wrote, Brother Gardner came to us today. He had been at Preston to a conference. I also saw Brother Campbell, and we had quite a good time. Brother Campbell gave each of us 2 and 6 pence apiece and was glad to see us, etc. This evening we all went down to the office to receive our several appointments. I never saw a better spirit manifested than the 2 Brother Richards towards us, etc. They gave good counsel, and I felt at home. Hannah Dodds was one of the converts that was baptized by Elias in Hendon and possibly in Leversiege Snow. The record for Hannah's baptism states, born in Numbergarth, Sunderland Company. Durham, December 1st, 1833, was baptized in Hendon Bay January 31st, 1853 by Elder Elias Gardner and confirmed same evening by Elder Elias Gardner and Egillies in the home of Sister Martha English at 37 Bruffet, Puermouth, where she now resides. When the converts were baptized, they were encouraged to gather to Utah and help build and strengthen Zion there. A strong foundation had to be laid before the rest of the kingdom could be built. Martha and debated about the call to gather with the saints in the valley. After much deliberation, they decided to emigrate to Utah with other saints. Elias encouraged them with this and told them that he would assist them. December 2nd, 1854. The usual time having for publishing the changes and appointments designed for the ensuing, we now announce that, by the aid and counsel of the Holy Spirit, we have ordained and appointed that elders Elias Gardner be released from their present fields of labor, with permission to emigrate. On February 9, 1855, Martha English lost her 2-year-old granddaughter, Elizabeth, the daughter of Martha's son, John English, Jr. She died of inflammation of the chest. Death was no stranger to Martha. She had lost her husband previously, and a son, Francis, had died from a heart disease when he was 2 years, 2 months. Another son was lost at sea, and news was anxiously awaited each day. The branch was very comforting to Martha, and in the many trials that beset them. When Martha left for America, she left her John's son in England with her grandchildren. The fact that Anne and Martha had joined the church had undoubtedly turned many family members against them. It was common for families to feel that anyone who joined the church was the same as dead and never allowed them in their home again. What the situation was with Martha and Anne's family as they boarded the train for Liverpool is unknown. They knew, though, that they would never be seeing their family again. From this point on, the church was their family. They left the March 21st, 1855. Several elders and other saints with them. As the time approached for Elias' departure, he wondered from where he was going to get his fare. He knew, though, that the Lord had provided it before, and he was sure he would again. The day arrived, and he went to the dock where the ship was ready to set sail for the long journey. President Franklin D. Richards said, "Brother Elias, have you on your fare?" Elias said, "No, Hilt, I will get it." "You better be getting it," said President Richards. Just about the last second before Elias was to get on the ship, a man came running, shouting in excitement, fearing he would be late, asking if there was a Mr. Gardner in the crowd. Elias stepped forward, saying, "I am here." The gentleman handed him his fare home. Elias' prayers had been answered. Those who needed to went aboard ship as soon as they reached Liverpool. They had to stand a medical inspection on coming aboard to see if their health was good enough to stand the rigors of the voyage. Everyone was assigned to quarters. The single men to the bow of the ship, the single women in the stern, and the married couples, with children 12 years old and younger, midship. Anne and Martha were to furnish their own beds and bedding, pots and pans, plate, cup and knife, fork and spoon, and also a water jug large enough to hold each of their ration of 3 quarts of water per day. The ship provided cooking apparatus, fuel, and a cook for each 100 passengers. Each passenger was to be allowed 3 quarts of water daily, and a weekly ration of 2.5 pounds of bread, a pound of wheat flour, 5 pounds of oatmeal, 2 pounds of rice, 1/2 pound of sugar, 2 ounces of tea, 2 ounces salt, and this ration was to be supplemented during the voyage with 2.5 pounds of sugar, 3 pounds of butter, 2 pounds of cheese, and a quart of vinegar. This fare to many of the poor among them was far better than they were used to at home. Each passenger would be allowed a bunk 6 feet long and 18 inches wide with storage space of 10 cubic feet. At last they were ready and on their way. As the ship began to move, Martha looked with sadness at her dear England as it disappeared in the distance. What wonderful days there had been there, what sad times also. Martha thought of the family she was leaving behind her. Perhaps a few doubts entered her mind as she stood that day. She thought of those who had died. No, it was for them she had joined the church. The gospel was true, and someday she would be with them again. And two watched as England disappeared. With their arms around each other, and with tears in their eyes, they bid England goodbye. At least they had each other. Mixed with their memories, loneliness, and sorrow, there was excitement. They had heard so much about America. They knew it would be a long, hard trip, but they were sure that they would be strengthened. There was money that must be paid back, but how grateful they were for the Church Perpetual Emigration Fund that helped them to make this voyage. The way would be opened for them to pay it back. Of this they were sure. Elias looked also at the receding shoreline. He had loved this place that had been his home for 2 years. These people he had come to love as his own, but it would be good to be home again and to see his family and loved ones. A conflict of emotions stirred his soul as he took his leave with his eyes now upon the future. There was not long to contemplate, though, for there were chores to be done. Dear brother, as we are now lying at anchor, waiting a favorable wind to take us into the river, I desire to pen a few lines to you, informing you of the prosperity which has attended us thus far, and, as we expect to proceed on our way about 6 p.m., I may be ready to post this as soon as I can advise you of our arrival in Philadelphia. Thus far the blessings pronounced on our heads by you, when you parted from us in the Mersey River, have been fulfilled to the letter, and we have endeavored to live for them all the day long. Since we left the shores of old England, we have experienced the hand of the Lord over us for good, in that we have had a pleasant and prosperous voyage. Under the influence of His Holy Spirit, we have enjoyed peace and happiness, the utmost order and tranquility prevailing amongst all the passengers, and today, whilst we write to you, we can heartily thank God that we have every soul which left Liverpool with us rejoicing, on deck, in the fullness of health and strength, not one out of such a large company having met a watery grave. We have been free from disease, with the exception of seasickness and a few cases of measles, which occurred amongst the children. And here we cannot omit expressing our gratitude to our worthy captain, Mr. Watts, whose attention to the comfort and safety of the passengers was indeed unbounded, and his kindness to us shall ever be remembered with thankfulness. He was ever ready to grant us any privilege which we asked, and to offer any advice which suited us, and from his table supplies were regularly sent to the sick, aged, or infirm. The surgeon, Mr. Eady, has manifested the greatest solicitude for the health of the people, and has proved himself kind, attentive, and obliging, so much so that he has gained the goodwill of the passengers. Indeed, there could not be a people more blessed than we have been, for we met with the kindest treatment from every officer of the ship. We must also notice the benefits we have derived from the experience of our brother Captain Stainer, who was always on hand to give us a word of counsel where it. On Sunday, April 1st, being the day after we left the Mersey, we held a council meeting at 9 a.m. and organized the ship's company into 12 wards and set apart the ex-presidents of conferences and missions to preside over them. Elder Patrick Lynch, clerk of the company. We found it was essential to the safety of the passengers that the utmost strictness with regard to cleanliness and order should be observed, and to that end it was resolved that each ward should furnish every morning a sufficient number of men, whose duty was to clean the ward thoroughly, washing and scraping out the same. These cleaners to commence at 4 o'clock each morning, so as to allow the females to get up at 6. The cooking operations were attended to in wards, each president seeing that none, except for the sick, came into the galley during the time his people were cooking, but the members of his ward. The same order was attended to in serving out the water and provisions. Thus, under the influence of the Spirit of God, all things passed off well with us. Meetings were held regularly in each ward morning and evening, and on Sundays we always observed a fast and held meetings on deck, where discourses were delivered by the various elders, which were always listened to by the officers of the ship with all due attention and respect. The sacrament was administered between decks each Sabbath at 8 o'clock, after which the saints repaired to the galley to prepare their daily meal, and having satisfied themselves with temporal food for the body, composed themselves again for preaching at 6 p.m. Thus the time passed on without a dissenting jar, all feeling thankful for the manner in which they were supplied with provisions for the voyage, and if any were dissatisfied with anything, they were so few that they do not need to be noticed. Although we have not had favorable winds, yet we have got on prosperously and safely, not having had to encounter anything which could by the most timid be called a storm, with the exception of a few hours on the night of the April 21st, when we had quite a gale, but while it lasted the saints were composed, no cries of alarm being heard, as amongst other emigrants, but all was peace, for our people knew in whom they trusted, and that he was able to save us. During the gale, we had 2 close-reefed lopsails, I foretopmast, and I forestaysail blown away. While this scene was being enacted aloft, the doctor was busily engaged 'tween decks ushering another actor on this stage of action. Thus, amid a perfect tornado on the bosom of the deep, did young Juventat Beck make her debut on this terraqueous ball. As already observed, we have had a few cases of measles on board, but they were of a mild nature, and are now almost entirely removed off the ship. Yesterday, at 7 p.m., the pilot came on board and expressed himself regarding the cleanliness and health of the passengers in such a manner as was indeed merited and was pleasing to us. The captain, surgeon, and officers always expressed themselves in the like manner, and oft testified that they never crossed the seas with such an agreeable lot of emigrants. On several occasions, during the fine weather, Captain Pilt and some brethren from the Manchester Conference entertained us with instrumental music, Brother Clegg, from Liverpool, often performing on the dulcimer, which, with singing Zion songs, kept our minds continually occupied, and made the time to pass quickly to all appearance. Our brethren and sisters also found relaxation in tent and wagon cover making at intervals during the passage. In several instances, manifestations of the healing power were in our midst. One or two we will mention. On Sunday, April 15th, Elder Thomas Hunt, while attending to his cooking in the galley, was seriously scalded by the passenger's steward throwing a pot full of boiling pork in his face, thus endangering his eyesight. He was led down to his berth in extreme agony, and continued so until evening, when he was administered to, and the pain left him, and from that hour he began to amend. Another is the case of a child of Sister Elizabeth Davis, whom the doctor despaired of as being incurable, it being to all appearance lifeless. When we administered the ordinance to it, it instantly was restored, and it gained strength from 6 p.m. The steam tug America came alongside and took us in tow, but because of a strong head wind, we could not proceed up the river. Cast anchor for the night. Saturday, 5th, proceeded up the river. Anchored at the wharf at 8 p.m. Sunday, 6th. The health officers came on board and expressed their satisfaction regarding the cleanliness and health of the passengers. At a meeting called on deck, complimentary votes were given to the captain, surgeon, and officers of the ship. The captain acknowledged the same and expressed his feelings regarding us as a people in the most satisfactory manner. Votes of thanks were also given to Elder Glover, president, and to Elder Lynch, clerk of the company, for the services rendered by them to the passengers. Also thanks to the presidents of the 12 wards, and to Elder Gardner, captain of the guard. Monday, 7th, P.E., and through emigrants' luggage examined by the custom house officers. Their feelings towards very kind. Tuesday, 8th, emigrants started for Pittsburgh at 12 noon, all rejoicing in health and feeling good in the work of the Lord. Dear brother, these are a few items connected with our journey thus far, and we can say that God has blessed us, and we feel to praise His name continually. Yours in the bond of peace, William Glover, President, Patrick Lynch, Clerk. The summary of the numbers of those on the ship are as follows. Ordinary. Cabin passengers. Captain Sainer, wife and son Elder W.M. Glover's president of the company under 1 year. On the ship's passengers list, Elias is listed as 47, a farmer. Martha is listed as 50 and as 17. After 39 days, May 8th, the passengers walked down the gangplank into the promised land. The land looked good after so many days on the water. All were relieved to have made their journey safely. Chapter 6. Looking homeward. The saints had reached America, but their journey was a long way from being completed. The Millennial Star speaks of the departure of these elders as follows. It has never been our privilege to clear a shipload of saints containing such an embodiment of faith, and with such an entire feeling of satisfaction on both saints and officers of the ship. May the joy which was manifested by the shouts sent up as we bade them adieu be increased in purity and fervor till their arrival in Utah among the people of God and worlds without end. In the journal history of March 31st, 1855, the following account is given. The ship Juventa sailed from Liverpool, England, for Philadelphia, on this date with 573 saints on board, under the presidency of Elder William Glover. Elders Benjamin Brown, Sylvester H. Earl, Elias Gardner, Charles Smith, William Pitt, John Mayer, Noah Y. Guyman, and Joseph Hall, who had all labored as missionaries in the British Isles. On the 4th of May, the vessel cast anchor off Cape May, and on the 5th was tugged up the Delaware River to Philadelphia. On Tuesday, the 8th, the emigrant LS continued by rail to Pittsburgh, from which city about 200 of the company proceeded down the rivers on the steamboat Equinox to St. Louis, Missouri, where they arrived on the 17th of March, May, 46 days after leaving Liverpool. Elder Erastus Snow was president of the St. Louis stake and in charge of all immigration, both here and at Mormon Grove. He immediately made arrangements for a place for everyone to stay, but was not very encouraging about their chances of reaching Salt Lake Valley that summer. It seems there was a shortage of equipment and supplies, and he didn't have enough help to get everything in readiness. However, he chartered a boat to take them up the Missouri River to the jumping-off point at Mormon Grove. This was very disheartening news, but they kept hope in their hearts. The Equinox continued up the Missouri River to Atchison, where she landed her passengers on the 28th of May. After arriving in Atchison, the company was attacked with sickness, and a number died, among them Elder Bell, who had presided over the Malta mission. April 14, 1855, the Deseret News published the following. Missionaries. By the Millennial Star of April 14th, we learn that Elder William Glover, Benj Brown, S.H. Earl, E. Gardner, C. Smith, W. Pitt, J. Mayer, and T. Guyman, J. Har, and G. Mayer are returning. Beautiful words for the families of these men to read. A few more months, and the missionaries would be home. The years had been hard years for the Elias Gardner family. With Walker War cabins had been dismantled, and all was moved into the fort. After the Indian War ended, it is not certain just where Elias family located. The story was told that they lived in dugouts, though it is possible they stayed in the fort. Perhaps some of both. Certainly these years had not been easy, but the Lord had blessed them. Diantha, while caring for her 2 children, had found a market for her candles and homemade soap. Ellen did hat making and was a beautiful seamstress. Ruth was a nurse. Betsy may have taught school. Everyone did what they could to maintain themselves. Another trial that came while Elias was gone was like this. Then out of Lee Blue, another menace struck. In the fall of 1854, a great cloud of grasshoppers settled suddenly upon the land along the river. At first, the settlers didn't think much about their coming, for it was too late in the fall for the hoppers to do much damage to the crops. Everything had been harvested except. However, the following spring the young grasshoppers hatched by the millions. The Saints lost all their crops that summer. Their grain came up splendidly, and some of it was in the ear. Then about 11 o'clock one morning Lee's sun was darkened with a kind of mist. Sir, the grasshoppers are still continuing their ravages throughout the territory, young broods of them continually hatching out on every bench. Large crickets are also making their appearance, and the sound of the locusts is continually in the ears of the husbandman. The weather has been oppressively hot, and until the 28th INST, there has been no rain of any amount, so that the drought was uncommonly great and the streams very low. There is not as much snow on IC mountains now as there was last August, and the common house flies are as thick as they were in August and September. On the 28th the weather turned a little cooler, and there was a refreshing snow in Davis County, and a little rain in this. Great Salt Lake. The grain is all destroyed at Parowan and Paragona. They are fencing the public square at Paraway and planting potatoes. About 2/3 of the grain in Utah County, Elias' home, is destroyed, and a large black bug is devouring the potatoes. All the farms south of this city, Great Salt Lake, are nearly a desert. This is rather a dark picture, but I regret to say it is not overdrawn. Myriads of grasshoppers, like snowflakes in a storm, occasionally fill the air over this city as far as the eye can reach, and they are liable to alight wherever they can. Elias was no doubt disturbed at this news, and perhaps a bit anxious about his family as he heard of the struggles they were going through. Many prayers ascended to heaven for his family, as well as all the saints. He too needed strength. How frustrating to be kept waiting here while his family was yet weeks away. The month of June passed slowly, and at last they were told that the supplies were available and they could be 011 their way. How grateful they were, and they gave thanks that they would not have to wait through the winter before returning home. They were assigned to Elder Richard Ballantyne's 100. They were instructed as to the rules and discipline of the camp. They would be divided as all camps were in Ios. Elias was to be the captain over the first 10. The ladies were told they were to walk at all times on the right side of the wagon, and the men were instructed to always be on the left. This was a cardinal rule of wagon trains, so that the ladies had some privacy in answering the calls of nature. Martha and had caught their first glimpse of the Indians, and found them to be very frightening. They had crossed many rivers in the course of their travels, and now as they crossed the Big Blue River, they noticed the landscape was becoming less green, and it was getting more dusty. It was all quite a change from their England. June 23, 1855, Brother Ballantyne's camp was visited by Elder H.C. Haight, who had just recently left the valleys. Elder Haight mentioned that the camp was organized and nearly ready to start on their journey. They had a good meeting. On July 1st, they finally were underway. It had been a long month, but at last they were actually moving. How slowly did not matter. They were moving towards the mountains. July 10th, 1855, Elder Richard Ballantyne wrote as follows. Snake Creek, 15 miles beyond the Big Blue and 120 miles from Atchison, KT. My dear President Snow, yesterday morning I wrote you from the Big Blue, but having another opportunity to send, I write a few items for your information. Everything prospers with us thus far. We have had no cholera nor sickness of any kind, except what may reasonably be expected among so many people. We have kept moving every day except on Sabbath, since we left the grove, and we still have nothing to hinder our future progress. All is well, and the Lord our God is with us. A man has just met us, who left California 2 months ago. He states that times are very dull and Skate further states, everything is eaten up in the valley by the grasshoppers. He left the latter place on the 9th of June. The grass for 50 miles on this side of the valley is all eaten up by the grasshoppers also. The saints intend sowing and planting until the 4th of July. If judgment thus visits the house of God and the faithful, what shall the ungodly do when they are visited? Good feed and water the rest of the way. The same gentleman states that the Sioux Indians are anxiously waiting to fight the U.S. troops, and the latter are afraid of them. Some depredations have been committed on immigrants. One captain of a train was killed near Laramie. While he shook hands with one Indian, another shot him with 2 bullets. Another train has been robbed of 18 horses near the same fort. One woman was speared, but otherwise nothing serious has been reported. It is said the Indians are willing to let the emigrants pass through, but are very eager to fight Uncle Sammy. Having nothing more of importance to say, I conclude by wishing you good health and long life. As ever, yours truly, R. Ballantyne. As the wagon train pulled into the campground at Ketchum Creek, Ann and Martha were shocked and grieved to see a new grave by the river. It was the grave of Captain Sechrist, the elder whom they loved so much, one of those who had taught them the gospel. He had died on July 2nd and had been buried in a tin casket here by the beautiful Little Blue River. This was a very poignant reminder that the trail was still harsh, and it was a long journey to Salt Lake Valley. Elder Ballantyne wrote the following at the head of Little Blue, 28 miles from the Platte River, dated July 23, 1855. I again take my pen to resume my correspondence with you to inform you of our continued prosperity and of the grace of God, our eternal Father, that has attended this journeying camp of his people. It has been a subject of astonishment to most of us that so few accidents have occurred during our journey, when the inexperience of the men and wildness of the cattle are taken into consideration. We have not been hindered a day since we started, but have traveled on slowly and steadily, Sundays excepted. On Sabbaths we have had meetings and administered the sacrament to the saints. Owing to the fatigues of the journey and the frustration and excitement produced by unruly cattle, some unwillingness was at first manifested on the part of a few to stand up like men in the discharge of camp duty. But this spirit and feeling is gradually disappearing, and when we assemble together to pray and impart instruction, the good spirit of our God rests upon us to comfort and encourage the journeying saints. The bell is rung around the corral and tents at 4 o'clock each morning for all the people to get out of bed. In a quarter of an hour after the roll is called, and each man is required to be on the ground with his gun to answer when his name is called. A short time is then generally spent in military duty, when the brethren are released to eat breakfast, grease the wagons, or do anything that may be needed preparatory to starting. About 7 o'clock the cattle are usually yoked up, and when all are ready the bugle is blown, and the whole camp of the saints assemble before the Lord to call down Eli's blessings upon us previous to starting. The spirit of hurrying has not yet troubled us, yet we have felt to use all diligence as the season is somewhat advanced. Our provisions are very limited, and the crops in the valley seem to be rather scant. We intend being as judicious as possible with our provisions, yet we shall need some supplies before reaching the valley, as we only laid in the flour to serve us to Green River. But to return to the order of our camp. When the journey of the day is over, our cattle are turned out in care of a well-armed guard till dark, when they are either corralled or strongly guarded during the night. We could not carry out your instruction relative to tying the cattle during the night, as we could not obtain a sufficient quantity of rope before we left the grove. In the evening about 8 o'clock, the captains of tens assemble those under their care to worship the Lord and impart general counsel and instruction. In this way we move on harmoniously, and a cheerful, happy spirit animates the bosoms of the brethren and sisters, and as they travel along, the songs of lead daughters of Zion, as they pioneer the way, causes every evil and dissatisfied spirit to leave the track. Or, Brother Thirsting's train traveled with us several days, but yesterday they took a new road that is called a cut-off, and they may reach the Platte before we do. The water on the cut-off is bad and scarce, and we thought best to continue up the Blewett by the usual track. Yours in much love and regard for your welfare. R. Ballantyne. Sunday, July 22d. We are on the Platte River 3 miles below Fort Kearny. We have killed and secured the beef of 2 buffaloes. Great multitudes of them around us. R.B. While here on the plains, the saints observe the Pioneer Day celebration, as the following communication from Elder Daniel Caveen, Secretary of the Company of Saints, wrote to both the Deseret News and the Luminary. The following account was sent to the Luminary on August 3, 1855. They were 450 miles above Fort Leavenworth on that date, and the one to the Deseret News was sent on August 13, 1855. They were on the Platte River, 30 miles below Laramie on that date. To the editors of the Luminary, on Tuesday, 7:30 a.m., the saints met for morning prayer. Choir sung, "Come all ye sons of Zion, and let us praise the Lord." Prayer being offered up by Elder W.M. Glover. President Ballantyne then addressed the saints for a short time and said, "I feel happy in saying the good spirit and feeling that are manifest throughout the camp. This day is a day of rejoicing in the valleys of the mountains, and we desire that this camp should rejoice and be glad. We shall therefore go a short distance and encamp for today, and in the afternoon hold a festival and meet in the dance together. And if the brethren who are gone a hunting bring in a buffalo, we will roast him and enjoy ourselves." There was then given hearty cheers for the 24th, followed by a 3 times for President Brigham Young. Elder Ballantyne shouted "Glory to God," and the Lamb, and all the people shouted "Amen." At 8 o'clock a.m., the camp moved out in splendid order, with flags of all sorts and sizes affixed to the wagons, while the ladies were busily employed in gathering prairie flowers to adorn the heads of the oxen and make wreaths for the brethren. By the time we reached the camping ground, which was 2 a.m., nearly all the oxen were adorned with flowers. Our wagons being drawn into corral, cattle watered and put into good pasture, extra provisions were then served out for the evening's enjoyment, which caused the ladies to be busily employed preparing confectionery, rice puddings, apple tarts, tea, coffee. Word of wisdom had not yet been made binding for complete abstinence, etc., etc. While the ladies were thus engaged, a few, or the Enethrin, under the superintendence of Elder William Pitt, were painting a flag on canvas 14 feet by 3 feet with the following design. On the upper corner was a star representing Deseret. On the top, the widespread eagle with the ribbon motto, "O God Save Israel." Under the eagle was a large beehive with the ribbon motto, "We'll never give up the ship." On the opposite side of the canvas was the Star of Deseret with a large beehive, having the motto, "Glory to God and Brigham Young," which floated majestically in the breeze, hoisted at the west end of the corral, while others of the brethren were taking their boxes from the wagons to form a table of some 60 or 70 yards up the center of the corral, covered over with white tablecloths. During the time this was going on, President Ballantyne entered the corral accompanied by Elder William Pitt of the Nauvoo Brass Band, having his violin, Elder William Glover, who was appointed marshal for the day, also Elder Gardner, captain of the first 10, and Elder G.O. Myers, captain of the third 10, with 4 young ladies dressed for the occasion and who entered heartily into the dance. At this part of the stage, the camp had the appearance of a city of drapers, dressmakers, and milliners, for, by the by, the ladies had rummaged their boxes from top to bottom, in order to get their caps, dresses, etc., to see who would be the smartest at the ball. Supper being ready, and the tables being fumished with the necessaries, each 10 sat down together with their respective captain at their head, who in turn asked a blessing on the food of their respective 10, which the Lord had so liberally bestowed upon them in the wilderness, which consisted of venison, roast and boiled buffalo, pudding tarts, tea, coffee, etc., etc. Supper being over, President Ballantyne arose in the power of his calling and addressed the saints for a short time, pointing out the blessings and privileges of the sons and daughters of Zion. Elder William Pitt was next called upon to deliver an oration. He said, "It is with pleasure I arise on the present occasion to address the saints, and I feel it is a great blessing to be thus privileged. This day is kept in commemoration of the pioneers entering the valley of the mountain, after enduring all manner of hardships and tribulations, knew that they were led there by the power of God, as much so as Israel in ancient times, and when I reflect upon what they have gone through, it causes me to rejoice to hear and see the prosperity that now attends them. When we were in Nauvoo, we did not know the hour that our enemies would be upon us, being continually surrounded by Mabacrales, apostates, and false brethren." He then spoke of a few things which took place at their expulsion from Nauvoo, and showed how the enemies of the church sought to overthrow, but the Lord overruled it for our good. He then gave a detail of the organization of the pioneers to travel to the mountain to seek a home for the saints. They did not care what they suffered if they could but obtain this. Our head men had to live on a little boiled corn. They had no fine flour and bacon as we have, but the Lord blessed and strengthened them. He then gave a description of their journey to the valley, which was interesting, showing how God overruled all things for good in establishing a place for the gathering of his people Israel. His remarks were pointed and came home to every heart. Elder Geo Myers was next called upon to address the meeting, after which Elder Glover, marshal of the day, said, "Brethren and sisters, we will have no more speaking at present, but you old men take your old ladies and enjoy yourselves in the dance," which was responded to by a hearty laugh from all present, so that all who were inclined joined heartily in the dance, to the vibrations of Brother Pitt's violin accompanied by Brother Clegg's dulcimer. During this evening, Brother Glover entertained the company with a song, and Dr. Geo Bell with a comic anecdote. The dance was kept up until a late hour. The company was then dismissed by prayer. Thus ended the 24th of July on the plains, a day that will be long remembered by those who were blessed in participating in the same. Daniel Caveen, Secretary. St. Louis Lum. November 10, 1855. On September 24, 1855, on Anne's 18th birthday, they reached the summit and could see the Salt Lake Valley. The next morning they arrived in Salt Lake City, as related in the following accounts. Tuesday, September 24th. The company of Captain Ballantyne's came within sight of Great Salt Lake. The Nauvoo Brass Band, accompanied by many of the saints of the city, went out to meet them and stayed overnight with them in the canyon. President Erastus Snow and Lady and Sister Ballantyne were among the number. They had really an interesting time. The night was spent in feasting and dancing, in music and prayer and general rejoicing, that the hardships and perils of their tedious journey were at an end. The sisters wept for joy, and many a teardrop was discovered on the cheeks of the sterner sex. Slight frost fell during the night. Wednesday, September 25th. A pleasant day in GSL. The first division of the Perpetual Emigrating Fund Company, consisting of 46 wagons, arrived in GSL City in the evening, led by Elders Ballantyne, Pitt, Glover, Elias, etc. The Nauvoo Brass Band on horseback occupied the front with their flag, and played lively music until they got near the council house, when they commenced playing Yankee Doodle. When they arrived near the camp, they played Home Sweet Home. President Brigham Young met the company at the camp and gave orders about the disposal of the cattle, wagons, etc., which belonged to the P.E. Fund. The Deseret News said of this company, "In passing through the streets of our city, all had joyful countenances, and the train presented a beautiful appearance as it wended its way to Union Square." Another article said, "They came into the city in beautiful order. The band, mounted on horseback, rode at the head of the company and played most delightful music. Their beautiful flag, borne by two young men on horseback, threw out its magnificent folds to the breeze, and several smaller flags floated from the tops of the wagons. As they quarreled on Union Square, Presidents Young and Kimball rode down to see them and gave them cordial welcome to the valleys of Ephraim. The first presidency were highly gratified that so many poor saints had successfully escaped from wickedness and oppression. What was it like as they entered the Valley of the Saints? The following was by Elder Geo.A. Smith from the historian's office. To the editor of the Mormon. Sir, the frost this fall has held off remarkably well. A good portion of the corn has ripened, although some yet remains green. The crops, however, will be rather light. Some wheat also is still green. The Deseret State Horticultural Society has been organized under the presidency of Elder Wilford Woodruff. They have had 2 exhibitions at which peaches, apples, plums, and grapes were displayed. Some of the peaches measured from 7 to 8 inches in circumference and were a beautifully flavored fruit. The apples, plums, and grapes also were remarkable fine and for seedlings would not disgrace any Eastern market. There has been considerable budding of fruit trees from the best specimens. Brother W.M.C. Staines presented the historian's office a basket of delicious peaches, which have been named the lady's favorite. I never tasted a better flavored peach. Fruit has been tolerably abundant, but would have been more so had it not been for the excessive drought. This is certainly cheering. When we remember 7 years ago the valley was a howling desert, pronounced by travelers unfit for cultivation, and that the first year of our residence here Brother Staines lost fruit trees through the ravages of the crickets. Nor has he been much more fortunate this year, 500,000 apple trees having been destroyed by grasshoppers. On the 21st, during a rainstorm in the city, a shower of snow fell on the tops of the mountains, a few miles southeast. There has been but little snow visible on the mountains this summer, less than at any former period since the first settlement of this section of country, which account for the small supply. A portion of the Utah and Snake tribes under their respective chiefs, Ararapine and Tibbetowats, met in this city on the 7th and formed a treaty of peace with each other. The ladies of Utah have adopted a new costume, which seems to be gradually increasing in favor. It consists of a loose-fitting dress, resembling, in cut, a man's suit coat, being buttoned in front and reaching a few inches below the knees, a pair of pantalettes adorning the ankles, and a leghorn hat set jauntily upon the head, being in effect a modification of the bloomer costume. The ladies are thus relieved of a superabundant load of petticoats, and their husbands are freed from paying for more than 2/3 the usual quantity of dry goods, and no small item of expense in this country. There is no doubt but that there is as much need of reform in the articles of man's dress as in that of woman's, for instance. What can be more absurd, cumbersome, and useless than that monkey-like appendage, a coat tail? I decidedly prefer the common Utah costume of a flannel or cloth overshirt, as more becoming the male gender, than other modification of the long-tailed blue. About 250 bushels of peaches have been raised within the territory this season. A few apples were also raised and sold for 25 cents each. The sugar works have ceased operations, in consequences of the failure of the beet crop. During the past summer, the people of Provo have collected and manufactured several thousand pounds of what the Mormons, in their ecstasy, term manna sugar. It consists of the secretions of honey dew on the surface of the cottonwood leaves, giving them the appearance of having been glazed with honey. In many of the leaves, secretions of sugar resembling the sugar of milk are formed. The hard sugar is generally shaken off, and the honey-coated leaves soaked in water, which is afterwards boiled down. In the trees I have examined, almost every leaf had received a share. 0 the sweets. This was the world to which Elias had returned. Many changes had taken place in the valley in the 3 years he had been away. Elias invited Ann and Martha to return to his home with him, and so they did. Arrangements were made for them to go to Payson on a wagon train going south. They stayed the first night in Provo with Elias' daughter and family. Mary A. had become the second wife of Thomas Cloward by September 1853. She was very glad to see her father again after his long absence, and she made Ann and Martha most welcome to her home. Elias' daughter Nancy had also married in his absence, becoming the wife of Louis Nebeker on November 5, 1853. They continued their journey the next morning and arrived in Payson that afternoon to a joyous reunion. Chapter 7. At Home with the Saints. What a joy to be home. The children had grown. The little baby who was just a few days old when Elias left was now 3 years old and did not even know him. It was a time of getting reacquainted with his family, and Martha were welcomed in the usual Gardner manner and made to feel at home. Elias' joy, though, was mingled with the problems that he must now confront. One of these was to find that Walter had a problem with alcohol. Whether this was apparent before is not known, but now, with love, Elias worked with his son to assist him. Elias' father, William, tradition says, had this problem also, and Elias knew the sorrow it had brought into the life of his mother. This gives a warning to all descendants that they are taking a chance to ever take that first drink. What now was Anne and Martha going to do? Money had to be paid back and a home maintained. The tradition is that Elias had thought that and could marry Walter or Henry, but and told her granddaughter years later, "I did not want to marry Walter or Henry. I wanted to marry your grandfather." The matter was discussed, and as time went on it was decided that Anne and Elias would marry. Whether Anu expressed her feelings to Elias O.C., he asked here, is only known but to them. Martha declined marrying Elias, but Elias assured her that she would always be cared for. Joseph Curtis writes, December 5th presidency en route from Salt Lake City to Fillmore stopped at James Pace. Elias and Anne's wedding day was decided with the arrival of President Young. President Young had arrived at least the day before this recorded memo of Joseph Curtis, as the record reads. Elias and Annie, as she was called, were married by President Brigham Young at 8 o'clock on the evening of December 4th, 1855, at the home of James Pace in Payson. Elias was 48 and Anne was 18. On the 14th of December, 1855, as a sign of rededication, Elias was rebaptized by James Pace in Payson. Thus ended the year of 1855. Elias had had many new and interesting experiences in this year. He had been blessed indeed. There was much to do now in getting his family's needs in order. Sunday, December 16th, an early candlelight meeting was held which was attended by E. Gardner. Tradition has recorded that at some period of time, while the family was living in Payson, a room was set aside in the Gardner home to be used only for sealings. The new year of 1856 had begun. Elias and his family were going through the usual struggles that prevailed that winter with the shortage of food supplies and the other activities of the times. Elias witnessed the sealing of Martha and Walter Elias on January 9, 1856, by Brigham Young. Joseph Curtis relates on January 18th. Heber John Curtis blessed this day under hands of Bishop Hancock, James Pace, E. Gardner Joseph Curtis. Joseph Curtis being the mouth. The church presidency passed soon after this from their first session in Fillmore stopped at E. Gardner's. Their feelings seemed good toward this people. Though the date is off here with the Endowment House record, it seems most likely at the time that Brigham Young was staying in Elias' home that Martha and Walter were sealed. Perhaps again Joseph Curtis is writing a few days later than the event. On the February 21st, 1856, Elias, Betsy, Diantha, Ellen, and Walter and Martha and received their patriarchal blessings. Elias' blessing now follows. Given at Payson City, February 21st, 1856, by John Young upon the head of Elias Gardner, son of William and Nancy Graves, born April 2nd, 1807, in Vernon State of New York. Brother Elias, I now lay my hands upon your head in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ to bless thee with a father's blessing, even to seal and ratify upon thee the blessings of the new and everlasting covenant and of the holy priesthood which has been confirmed upon thee. Inasmuch as thy heart is honest before the Lord, and it has been thy desire to help to build up the kingdom of God upon the earth, and thou hast embraced the gospel according to the holy order given in the last days, and thou art entitled to the blessings of the heavens and of the earth, I pray that the Spirit may rest upon thee and upon me while I bless thee, that such may be spoken as shall be acceptable to the Spirit. Thou art a literal descendant of Joseph through Ephraim, and an heir to the blessings of the kingdom, and have power to govern yourself and control all your passions, and to do good in your day and generation. I confer upon you the blessings of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I say your posterity shall be numerous, and thousands shall rise up, and call you blessed in consequence of your diligence and obedience. Thou hast lifted up thy voice before thousands, and brought many to a knowledge of the truth, and the Holy Ghost shall rest upon thee. I seal thee with the blessings of heaven and of the earth, and all things that you put your hands to shall be prospered. I confer upon you also the blessings of health and life, and your mouth shall speak forth the wisdom that shall be in your heart, and you shall live long upon the earth, even till your hair is as white as wool, and you shall be blessed above many of your fellows, and you shall have power over your enemies, and no power shall prevail against you, and no power or weapon that is raised against you shall prosper. And if your enemies will lay snares for you, they shall be caught in them, while you shall escape as from the hands of the fowler, and your last days shall be your best. I pray my Father to ratify these blessings in the heavens, and I say that inasmuch as you will be faithful to those who are set over you to counsel you, I can seal you up to eternal life, and if it be your desire, you can live to see the redemption of Zion, the downfall of Satan's kingdom, and behold the wide-spreading glory of the kingdom of God upon the earth. I seal all these and all other blessings that your heart can desire in righteousness, and you shall be blessed in your household. I do this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Even so, amen. 2 July 1860, found Elias and his wives in the endowment house in Salt Lake, where they were sealed. The record reads, Gardner, Elias, born April 2nd, 1807, Oneida, New York. Pritchard, Amy, deceased, born in Massachusetts, died 22 November 1846 in Winter Quarters, Iowa. Markham, Betsy, born October 18th, 1814, Chile, Monroe, New York. Hanchett, Diantha, born October 17th, 1832, Erie, Pennsylvania. Abbott, Ellen Elizabeth, born April 14th, 1837, Sweden, Monroe, New York. English, and born September 23rd, 1837, South Shields, Durham, England. They were sealed by Brigham Young. Martha Todd English attended the endowment house, November 17, 1860, where she received her endowments. Lorena Jane Gardner was born to Elias and Annie, April 23, 1861, in Payson. The people of Utah was at this time petitioning Congress to become a state, but in answer to the petition, Congress passed an anti-bigamy law, July 8, 1862. The bill was signed by Abraham Lincoln. It defined plural marriage as bigamy and made the contracting of such a marriage punishable by a fine of $500 and imprisonment for 5 years. This law was considered by many leading attorneys and others, not Mormons, as being unconstitutional. It was not enforced, President Lincoln's policy being to let the Mormons alone. Every word, every action of the Mormons was falsely interpreted by many. The persecution caused those who had entered into plural marriage to go into hiding in order to provide for their families for the remainder of their lives together. No stories have been handed down as to problems that Elias and his family may have encountered. October 2nd, 1862, Elias and Ellen had their first daughter and third child. They named her after her mother, Ellen Elizabeth Gardner. She too was born in Payson. Marilla Gardner was born to Elias and Diantha on April 19, 1863, in Payson. Ann's mother, Martha Todd English, died July 5, 1863, in Payson and was buried there, though no headstone has been found. This was a time of great sadness for Ann. Her mother had been her constant companion, her only family, her closest friend through all these years, and was in her 6th month at this time. Emmeline was born October 14, 1863, in Payson, bringing her some comfort. December 25, 1864, 1865. Ellen and Elias had a girl, Ruthette Gardner, born in Salem, most likely named after her grandmother. Some records say she was born at Chicken Creek or Willow Creek, in Juabco, still perhaps somewhere in the Salem Ward area. When or why there? Did some of the family move there temporarily? During this period, it is not clear how Elias had his family located. He had some land in Salem. It is possible, as previously mentioned, that because of the law on plural marriage, Elias had found it necessary to separate his family. It may be that he had property that bordered these places. Elias had accumulated quite a large amount of property, and he owned all the land out on the state highway, which used to be the old Dixon Ranch, later owned by William F. and L. and Barron. This property is said to be between Salem and Spanish Fork. The Black Hawk War broke out in 1865, causing many hours of anxiety and frustration. Many had to move into the fort. Just how this affected the Gardner family, or what they did, is not known. Elias took up another homestead in the Richfield area, and possibly because of the loss of her mother, he had Annie make the journey with him to settle this area. They had a son born there, John William Gardner, on March 18, 1866. The census indicates he would have been born in 1867. He was named after his grandfathers. The birth of this son was amidst the Indian uprisings and the problems that existed with the Indian War. See the Nelson Higgins story for details of these events. Elias enlisted in the Utah militia to fight in the Black Hawk War as second light in the 4th Platoon in Nelson Daniel Higgins Company B. He was on the J.N. Smith's rolls and served from June 5 to November 12, 1866. During this time, on October 30, 1866, Diantha gave birth to a son, James Gardner, in Payson. Elias moved and back to Payson at some point during the next few months. The entire population of Richfield and the surrounding communities were forced to leave in April of 1867 because of the war. Elias, though, was in Payson in February of 1867, when he entered into the United Order with many others of that day and deeded all his property unto the church, while still holding a stewardship over it. The following deed is recorded. Be it known by these presents that I, Elias Gardner of Payson City in the county of Utah and territory of Utah for, and in consideration of the good will which I have to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, give and convey unto Brigham Young trustee in trust for said church his successors in office, and assign all my claim to and ownership of the following description property, to wit: the south half of the southwest quarter of Lot 1 Block 86, containing 5 acres, value $50. Also south half of the north half of the S.W. quarter of Lot I Block 86, containing 28.80/160 of an acre. $25 also S.E. quarter of Lot I Block 69, containing 10 acres, all of the above in the Petite Neat Survey of Farmland, also Lot 5 in Block 7, containing 60/160ths of an acres in the Petite Neat Survey of Building Lots, with a double house, and corral thereon, 2 cows $25 per head, 1 yoke of oxen 60.00, 2-year-old heifer $10, 1 yearling $7, 4 pigs $3 per head, a dozen hens 25 cents each, farming tools, household furniture, beds, bedding, etc. $50. $647. Together with all the right privileges and opportune as thereunto belonging or appertaining, I also covenant and agree that I am the lawful claimant and owner of said property, and will warrant and forever defend the same unto the trustee, entrust his successors in office, and assigned against the claims of my heirs, and assigns any person whomsoever. Witness John Thos Hardy. W.M. Heaton. Hamison Pierce. Signed by Elias Gardner. Signed the 10th day of February A.D. 1867, May 20th, 1867. Diantha and Elias lost their second child, James, who was now 18 months old. Probably in Payson. The cause of death is unknown. Emily, and the daughter of Ruth and sister to Ellen, had been living in Elias' home all the while she was growing up. She did not have good health, and so Ruth and Ellen encouraged Emily to marry Elias. They felt that if she were to marry Elias, that they would be better able to care for her in her poor health. Having thus been persuaded, Elias agreed. Elias was 60 years of age, and Emily was 19. The family traveled to Salt Lake, and on July 13, 1867, the sealing took place. Ann's mother, Martha Todd English, who was dead, was also sealed to Elias on that day. The record reads, Number 9707 Elias Gardner, be April 2nd, 1808, 1807, sealed by G.O.Q. July 13th, 1867. Annie Gardner, heiress, S. Shields, Durham, England. Martha Todd, dead, be 1800. Emily and Abbott. 2 months after these sealings took place, September 12, 1867, Ellen and Elias had a son in Payson by the name of Joshua Abbott Gardner, named after Ellen's father. In February, most likely in Salem, as all had been driven out of Richfield, and in Elias' little 5-year-old daughter Emmeline died on the 28th of February, 1868. Again, the finality of death had encompassed them as they mourned their loss. On the July 15th, 1868, Diantha and Elias' son, Nathaniel Gardner, was born. Just 2 days later, Emily and Elias' first child, Lois, was born, July 17th, 1868, both in Payson. In October of 1868, Elias' daughter, Harriet Granger, died in Great Barrington, Berkshire, Massachusetts. The records are confusing as to the exact date, with the headstone giving the 17th, the will the 21st, and the death register as the 23rd. She died of congestism of the brain. Just how soon word reached Elias is not known. October 31st, 1868, Annie and Elias had a daughter born in Salem. They named her Eliza Roxana. Amidst these deaths and births, Elias' other children were growing and grandchildren were also being born. Betsy's daughter Violet married, as the second wife of Levi Orson Alamander Colvin, on June 25, 1869. The following story is told about Elias' daughter, Sarah Diantha, who at age 15 had met Joseph Nahum Dode Curtis. There was not much time for pleasure in those days, but at every opportunity Sarah and Dode enjoyed being together. According to the story Elias tried to keep, on the 4 or 1 LTH of May 1871, and then Elias had a daughter named Edna May, and just a few days later, May 18, 1871, Emily gave birth to a daughter given the name of Emily. The year of 1873 was a year of many events, as Susan Lucretia started it out by marrying Samuel Bent Curtis, January 20th, 1873. March 4th, 1873, it was the birth of Mary Rosetta, born in Salem to Ellen and Elias. July 7th, 1873, Elias sold some property in Richfield for $50 to Hans Christensen. By September 1873 was the birth of Thomas Francis Gardner in Salem, too, and Elias. Sorrow once more entered the ranks of the family when Elias and Diantha's daughter, Betsy, died, October 22, 1873, at the age of 23. December 1st, 1873, Betsy's daughter, Violet, who must have had a ceiling cancellation from Levi Colvin, married Andrew Killian in the endowment house. A document is recorded in the probate court of Utah County written on the 20th of February, 1874, awarding a plot of land in Salem as belonging to Elias, declaring him to be the rightful owner. It states, Elias Gardner to be the rightful owner of the following, commencing at the S.W. corner of Block 48E, 4 and 18/100 acres, also commencing at N.W. corner of Block 57E, 4 and 19/100 acres, also Lot 1 and 2 in Block 56 Arca 2 and 72/160 acres, all in Plot A Salem, situated in the Section 1 Township 9 South Range 2 East, in all 10/14/100 acres. Emily and Elias had a boy on June 25, 1874, named Franklin Gardner, born in Salem. March 18, 1875, another son was born to Elias by Ellen, which they named Orwell Gardner, born in Salem. In another week, the following document was formed in Richfield. Be it known by these presents that I, George W. Bean, probate judge in and for Sevier County, Utah Territory, by virtue of the trust invested in me, and in consideration of the sum of $100 paid by Elias Gardner of Richfield County of Sevier and Territory of Utah, the receipt whereof is hereby acknowledged, the said Elias Gardner, having been adjudged by the probate court of Sevier County, Territory aforesaid, to be the rightful owner and possessor of the following described lots or parcel of land, viz. Commencing 286 inches west of center and south line of Section 25, thence west on said line 3.25 inches north 1.6 inches south 1.6 inches, being part of Lot 1, L, Block 13, Plat Richfield Survey, situated in the Section 25 Township 23S. Range 3W in all 84/160 acres, do by these presents grant and convey unto the said Elias Gardner his heirs, and assigns forever the foregoing described land, with all the rights, privileges, and appurtenances thereunto belonging, or in any wise appertaining. To witness whereof I have hereunt to set my hand and affix the seal of the probate court at my office in Richfield, Sevier County, Utah Territory, this 25th day of March A.E. 1875. Signed, George W. Bean, probate judge. This property was situated about 3rd So. 2nd East, in Richfield, and gave birth to a son, 2 March 1876, which they named Louis Edward Gardner. He too was born in Salem. What transpired about this time is uncertain. In 1877, Diantha is still listed as being a Sunday school teacher in Salem. So just when the move to Richfield was made is not certain, or if all went at the same time. By 1880, all the family is located in the Richfield area at a place called Inverary. Inverary is a Scottish word meaning between the waters. It was a little village in the central precinct located half a mile west of Sevier River and below the Richfield Canal. It was 5 miles south of Richfield and 5 miles north of Central, had been founded earlier with 10 families, but as others later joined, a town site was surveyed. William Sanders Stewart took charge of the settlement until February 6, 1877, when he was made president. On July 16, 1877, this branch was organized as a bishop's ward with William S. Stewart becoming bishop, the new ward to include what subsequently became the Annabella ward. In choosing a name for the post office early in 1877, Inverary was accepted by the Post Office Department. September 12, 1880, Martha Jane Gardner was born to Ellen and Elias at Annabella. As mentioned, this was Ellen's last child. March 19, 1881, Elias received a water certificate to receive water from the Sevier River in the Annabella precinct. On July 29, 1884, and again November 21, 1884, William and John Gardner was in court trying to settle a water certificate dispute. March 1885, Elias sold 40 acres to J.K. Wright for $200. John, Ellen's son, married Bertha Gleave, May 3, 1885. May 25, 1885, Elias sold 40 acres to B.H. Greenwood for $100. Emily's daughter, Lois, married Isaac Daniel Winder, October 18, 1885. Benjamin and son, married in the next year, Barbara and Bingham. 21 March 1886.7 April 1886, saw Elias in court in Sevier County, page 24. The first case taken up was that of Elias Gardner, who applied for a primary right of water for 620 acres of land from the Gardner Springs, Annabella precinct. Elias Gardner testified April 7, 1886, that he increased the water in his springs to irrigate 1,000 acres. John Gardner corroborated the statement of E. Gardner, also Louis Nebeker and Don Nebeker, who claimed sent water from said springs. Certificate was first issued in Annabella precinct, March 19, 1881. June 23, 1886, Walter Elias Gardner died in Salem, Utah. He was Elias' oldest child. They had traveled many hard miles together. December 15, 1886, Elias sold 160 acres in Sevier County for $100 to Lars Nielsen of San Pete. It was recorded May 31, 1887. April 6, 1887, Emily's daughter, married James William Hallows. Ruth again made a declaration for a widow's pension, June 11, 1887, and then in August 1887, Ruth turned in a claim for bounty land as a widow to Joshua Abbott. Elias Gardner and Joseph Edward Gardner witnessed her signature. She did not know that on the 30th of March, 1887, Joshua Abbott made application for his pension. He was now living in Douglas, Oregon. What a shock to this family to find that Joshua, whom they had presumed dead for many years, was still living. He had married a couple of times in those years. What thoughts and feelings engulfed this family as they heard the news? About a year after this, September 13, 1888, Ruth Markham Abbott Gardner died in Annabella at the age of 77. The daughter of James Markham and Lois Leach. She was a true pioneer, midwife, and nurse. She spent the last few years of her life in the home of her grandson, Elias Gardner Jr., in Annabella, Sevier, Utah. She is buried at Glenwood, Sevier, Utah. Another wife, no not really, but more a dear and longtime friend of Elias had left this life to join her loved ones that had gone on before. Betsy especially would miss this sister whom she had been so close to for so many years. They had spent many years together sharing all the joys and sorrows in the Gardner home as they helped the younger wives and cared for the children in the home. They had joined the church together so many years before in Ohio. Ruth had given a life of true love, service, and devotion. February 14th, 1889, Elias and his wives, and Diantha, Betsy, and Ellen along with some of his children went to the Manti Temple and did work there for their deceased ancestors. Many baptisms were done that day. March 8th, 1889, Elias sold land to his son Elias for $125. It was filed August 27th, 1889. On August 6th, 1889, land was sold to John Gardner for $200, which was filed August 20th, 1889. In October 1889, the family returned to the temple to have sealings and endowments done. Some of them are as follows. On the October 16th, 1889, Elias was sealed to Harriet Snow Smith with Betsy acting as proxy. Many baptisms and endowments were done for the Gardners and the graves on these days as well as for the Tuttle family, which is written up in their history. Others were done April 15th, 1889. Elias had been an ordnance worker in the endowment house and in the temples. Elias was a very faithful and humble man. He was dedicated to the church and to his leaders and to being where he was supposed to be. He would often walk many miles to attend his meetings, being in good health up to 1 week before his death. At the age of 84, he walked to Richfield from his home in Annabella to attend a meeting, though he was cautioned that this was not wise with the cold temperatures of the day. As a result of that walk, he contracted pneumonia. Elias had told Elias Jr., "Son, if you are around me when I die, don't let me die lying down." Elias Jr., who was away from home, had been warned several times that there was something wrong to his house, but as his, Elias Jr., wife was expecting her 8th child, Elias Jr. thought this might be the trouble. As he listened to the promptings of that still small voice and arrived home, he was guided to his father's bedside. Elias Jr. was unaware of his father's illness. Elias Sr. said, "Son, go right home and see how things are, then come back as quickly as possible." So Elias Jr. did as he was directed, and on returning to his father, Elias Sr. centered his eyes on his son, never removing them for one moment, and then it was as if something spoke to Elias Jr., saying, "Remember the request made by your father." Like a flash, Elias Jr. jumped behind his father and raised him up. His father died in his arms there in Annabella on February 15th, 1891. Thus ended the life of Elias Gardner, a very honest, faithful, worthy, and beloved husband, father, and grandfather, gone to be with those dear to him who had gone before. The Deseret Evening News, page 8, column 6, on May 6th, 1891, volume 24, published the following obituary. Gardner, at Annabella, February 15th, 1891, of old age, Father Elias Gardner. He was born in the state of New York, April 2nd, 1807, was the son of William and Nancy Graves Gardner, was baptized into the church in 1834-1840. He magnified with honor the various grades of priesthood which he held. After passing through the persecutions in common with the early church in Ohio and Nauvoo, he came with his family to Utah in President Young's company, Kimball. He was one of those who in 1849 were called to settle Payson, where he resided with his family until 1852, when he was called on a mission to England, where he remained 3 years, doing a great work, and where he will be remembered yet by many. Brother Gardner was the father of 18 sons and 27 daughters. He was a man of great physical endurance and enjoyed perfect health even up till the day of his death. He was a true, upright man, whose career was eventful as well as beneficial to his fellow man, and lived as he died, a faithful and true Latter-day Saint, honored by all who had the pleasure of his acquaintance. The Bible gives the name of Elias as being the Greek word for the Hebrew name of Elijah, meaning Jehovah is God. A family name book gives Elias as meaning faithful to God. How prophetic was his mother in bestowing upon him this name. Mary Patterson Gardner, at age 85 in 1939, said she remembered Elias Gardner as well as anyone then present. She said he was a worthy man. She was proud of his record and urged all of his descendants to follow his teachings. Elias taught his children this motto: learn to speak right, learn to think right, learn to do right, and then you'll be right. He also taught them, respect yourself and you will be respected. One of Elias Gardner's favorite songs was Home Sweet Home. Having 5 women bearing children, each respecting and loving the other, and all children honoring their parents was a result of unselfish loving care and family dedication. I see has been said there was no more loyalty and unselfishness shown in any polygamous family than in Elias Gardner's. To illustrate this, an incident told to my father Elias Jr., oldest son of Ellen, years after by an onlooker of the scene, that several babies were sitting on the floor. One was fretful and was picked up at different times by 3 or 4 of the mothers, comforting it and then returning the child to the floor, showing they made each other's interests their interests. Living in such harmony and love, it naturally was the consequence of the growing with the same unselfish, united, and loving spirit of the gospel. This was the life that existed throughout the life of Elias Gardner. Elias was buried in the Glenwood Cemetery, Glenwood, Sevier, Utah. It may be said of Elias as it was Jacob and Abraham. And the Lord blessed Elias and prospered him. His lands and stock increased, and his seed were as numerous as the sands of the sea. And his last days were better than his beginning. So great were the blessings of the Lord. Then Elias died, being old and full of days, and he was buried in the fields of Glenwood, which is near Annabella. Thus ended the days of Elias, a true and dedicated servant of the Lord.